Hey friends, before we get started, whether you're new here or you're a regular, make sure you hit that subscribe button and tap the bell so you never miss a thing. We're on our journey to 25,000, and with your help, we'll get there in no time. Thanks for all that you do. Now, on with the show. When I was a kid, my best friend was a girl named Jenny. We were inseparable for a few years. Bike rides, after-school cartoons, matching Halloween costumes. Her house always smelled like cinnamon gum and dryer sheets. And her mom kept bowls of hard candy in every room. It was just one of those really cozy houses, or it looked like it. I never liked spending the night there. The first time I stayed over, I was maybe 9. Jenny had this long, narrow hallway that ran from the living room, past the bedrooms to the bathroom. It always felt too dark, even during the day. I remember standing in the middle of it, feeling like someone was standing just around the bend, waiting for me to walk past. I figured I was just being a wimp, but the second time I slept over, I saw something. We were camped out in sleeping bags on her bedroom floor. The door cracked open just enough to catch light from the hallway. Jenny was snoring softly. I remember waking up for no reason, just one of those moments when you're suddenly wide awake. And through the crack of the door, I could see someone walk by. Only it wasn't her mom. It was too tall, too thin, and the way it moved, smooth, gliding, like they weren't actually touching the ground. It passed slowly and then stopped. I didn't breathe. After a moment, I saw the shadow lean back, just enough to suggest a head peering toward the door, but I couldn't see a face, just darkness. And then it moved on, silently. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I never told Jenny. I didn't want to seem weird. But after that, every time I went to her house, I made excuses to stay in the living room. If she wanted to go to her room, I followed. But I never lingered near that hallway. And I always asked to go home before it got dark. Eventually, we drifted apart. No big fight or anything. I just started finding reasons to avoid her place. I blamed school or being busy, but the truth is that hallway ruined it for me. Even now as an adult, I still think about it sometimes. That shape, that lean, how it never made a sound. Jenny's mom moved years ago. I doubt that she ever knew anything strange was happening in that house. But I do wonder if Jenny saw it too. When I was in high school, we lived in this old house in upstate New York. It dated back to the 1700s, with the classic haunted house energy, before I even knew what that meant, really. Creaky wood floors, narrow hallways, drafty windows that whistled at night. But the weird part wasn't the structure. It was how alive the place felt when no one was around. At first, it was the little things, of course. Footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Cabinets left open that nobody remembered opening. One time I watched a mug slide off the counter and shatter, like someone had swatted it off in a rage. My dad would just mutter, "House has a mind of its own," and go back to whatever he was doing. We didn't really talk about it. I think we were all pretending that it was just old pipes and wind and creaky boards. But I always felt like it was something more, especially at night. The second floor hallway always felt bad, like if you looked too long at the dark corners, something might be looking back. There were times I swore I saw movement, like figures shifting just out of sight. Shadow people. I know that term now. Back then, I just thought that I had bad night vision or an overactive imagination. but the worst thing I ever saw wasn't a shadow. It was a Saturday afternoon sometime in October. I was home alone. Dad had gone to the hardware store for something. I was standing in the kitchen making a sandwich when I felt something shift. I don't know how else to describe it. Just that weird static charge that crawls across your skin when someone's staring at you. I turned my head toward the living room, and there it was. A man standing perfectly still, just a few feet beyond the doorway, see-through, like smoke or fog shaped into a person. I couldn't make out facial features because there was no head, just a torso, arms, legs. He wore what I thought was colonial-era clothing, cropped pants, socks pulled up, a tucked-in shirt and short sleeves, everything below the neck. The air felt heavier than it had. I remember my sandwich dropping right out of my hand. I blinked, and he was gone. Just gone. I stood there, shaking, trying to convince myself it didn't happen. Maybe it was one of those things where the brain invents shapes when it's bored, but I knew it wasn't. When my dad got home, I told him what happened. He didn't laugh. He didn't even look surprised. He just said, "That's weird timing." I asked what he meant, and he hesitated a bit. He told me earlier that morning he'd moved my uncle's ashes out to the porch. Said he'd been planning to bury them in the backyard, under the oak tree. My uncle had been in an urn in the hall closet for years, and apparently my dad thought that it was finally time to lay him to rest. My stomach dropped. My uncle had taken his own life when I was in middle school. We never really talked about it, but I remembered how it happened. A gun to the head, and then it clicked. The clothes I saw weren't colonial at all. They were softball pants, tube socks, a short-sleeved jersey, the kind he wore to weekend games in the summer. That headless figure wasn't some ghost from the 1700s. It was my uncle. I didn't know what to say. My dad didn't either. We both just kind of sat there for a while, not really sure what to do with the information. After the burial, things calmed down. The shadow figures didn't stop completely, but that heavy, suffocating feeling in the hallway, it lifted a little. Like whatever had been stuck in there, him, maybe, finally got to go somewhere else. But I'll never forget how that moment felt. That split second of looking into the living room and seeing someone who shouldn't have been there. Not just seeing them, feeling them. I know people sometimes say they don't talk about their experiences much, but I've talked about mine quite a few times. I've told a few people over the years, usually after a few drinks, but I do always downplay it. Call it a dream, a weird trick of the eyes, or just let them decide. But I know that it was something different. It happened the summer I turned 16. My friend Evan invited me to stay at his grandparents' place for a week, somewhere in rural Virginia. Their house sat on a long gravel road, surrounded by woods so thick you couldn't see the sky from the back porch. The house itself was old, white siding gone yellow, decrepit floors, no central air. His grandfather had died a few years before, and his grandmother just lived there alone. She was sweet but quiet, not forgetful exactly, just distracted. Sometimes she'd stop in the middle of a sentence and look past us, like she was listening for something we couldn't hear. The first night we got there, I didn't sleep much. Evan passed out right away, but I was stuck on the pull-out couch in the living room, and the room just felt strange. It was really quiet, the kind that just made my ears ring. Sometime around 3 a.m., I opened my eyes, and I saw something standing in the corner, across from me. I thought it was a coat rack or something at first, but there wasn't one there when I went to sleep. This was tall, vaguely human-shaped, but wrong, quite thin. Just a dark silhouette against a darker wall. I blinked, but it didn't move. I knew, somehow, it was looking at me. I pulled the blanket over my head and I laid there until morning, sweating like crazy, but too scared to come out. The next morning, I asked Evan if there was a chance that someone came into the room. His grandma, maybe? He shrugged. Nah, she goes to bed early. Doesn't get up at night anymore. I wanted to believe that I imagined it, or it was a lack of sleep, weird lighting, maybe my brain just making things up. But it happened again the next night. This time I woke up facing the hallway. I left the door half open. Through the crack, I saw movement, like someone had walked by. No footsteps, just a flash of something blacker than the dark around it. Then another, and another. It wasn't until the third figure passed that I realized none of them were touching the ground. I closed my eyes and I didn't open them again until the sun came through the window. Evan teased me for how tired I looked. I didn't tell him why. That afternoon, his grandma pulled me aside in the kitchen while Evan was out messing with the grill. "They don't like new people," she said suddenly, like we'd been in the middle of a conversation. I just stared at her. She poured sweet tea into a glass and slid it towards me. "They'll leave you be, long as you don't look at them for too long." I didn't ask who they were. I didn't need to. She never brought it up again, and neither did I. We left a few days later. I never went back. Evan's grandma passed the following spring, and the house sat empty after that. I heard from Evan that they eventually sold it to some guy who planned to flip it, but I checked a couple of years later, out of curiosity. It was listed as vacant. Sometimes I wonder if he saw them too, if maybe that's why he slept so soundly when we were there, because you can get used to anything, even the shadows that move without sound. Maybe he knew they'd mess with me, leave him alone. Even now, 20 years later, I still catch myself checking the corners of rooms before I fall asleep. Out of habit, sure, but maybe part of me still believes that there's other things out there, that if I ever stop checking, they'll be back. I grew up in a duplex with thin walls and a shared crawl space that ran underneath both units. My mom used to joke that if we ever lost a toy, it probably rolled under the neighbor's living room. I was 7 when I first noticed the noise. It started as scratching, faint, like a raccoon or possum under the floorboards. It would come and go, mostly at night, sometimes during dinner. We'd hear it in short bursts, like something moving and then freezing. My mom always shrugged it off. "Old house," she'd say. One night, I was playing alone in the living room while my mom took a bath. I had this little plastic army set that I loved, dozens of little green figures that I'd line up like a battlefield. One of them slid off the rug and rolled under the couch. When I reached to grab it, I heard it again, scratching, but closer this time, directly under me. Then something tapped 3 times beneath the floor. Not a scurry or a shuffle, distinct taps, like knuckles on wood. I froze, pulled my hand back, stared at the floor for a long time. Later that week, I told the kid next door, Jamie, what I heard. He was a year older and always tried to act tough, but when I mentioned the crawl space, he got quiet. "I saw someone down there once," he said. I asked what he meant. He just shook his head. "Doesn't matter. My mom says we're not allowed to open it." I had a hard time getting to sleep that night. I started keeping my feet off the floor while I played, just in case. At one point, I even asked my mom if she could check the crawl space, just to make sure nothing was living in there. She told me to stop watching scary movies before bed. A few months later, Jamie's family moved. It was sudden. One day they were there. The next day the curtains were gone. The scratching stopped after that. So did the tapping. We stayed in that duplex for another 3 years. Nothing ever escalated, but I never forgot the sound. Last year I drove past the neighborhood while visiting my mom. The duplex looked the same, peeling paint, rusted mailbox, but now there was a chain and a padlock on the crawlspace hatch, and a small white handprint smudged just beneath it, faded, like it had been there a long time. When I was around 4 or 5, I lived with my mom in the Philippines. Back then, it was always a fun pastime to share stories about hauntings with my cousins and friends, but I personally never had one at that point. That all changed one night. As a kid, I had very vivid nightmares that I considered to be extreme for a child like myself to handle. Because of these dreams, I have a habit of waking up in the middle of the night and being afraid to go back to sleep. Unusually, I woke up abruptly one night, but I don't remember having a nightmare that time. Then I had the sense that I should look behind me, like when one's watching a scary video and you feel the need to check your surroundings. Before I did, I looked at my mom, who was in a deep sleep next to me. After doing so, I looked behind me to my pillow, and to my utter dismay, there was a man lying down on my pillow as I sat up. I'll try my best to recall what I saw in detail, seeing as it was about 14 years ago now. The man's face had a weird look to it. His skin was painted with what I could only describe as camouflage, like the ones that soldiers used on themselves. I got only a brief glimpse, but he looked like he was resting, both eyes closed. He made no interactions with me, nor did I attempt to interact with him. I quickly turned back to look away from what I just saw, and I began to mumble prayers to myself. I began to break down, and that's as far as I can remember. I don't remember if I got sleep that night or what I did after. I believe about a year before that experience, my grandfather from my dad's side of the family had passed away. I didn't know much about him, aside from small calls I got from him and my dad. Interestingly enough, when I brought this story up to my grandmother years later, after moving to California, she said that it might have been him paying a visit. She told me that he was a veteran. He served in World War II. I hadn't known about this prior to her mentioning it, and in retrospect, I guess the camouflage thing makes more sense now. It was a really weird experience because it was the only time I could say that I've seen a ghost. My grandfather's, to be exact. Ironically, I don't have a strong feeling towards ghostly presences anymore since my move to California. It's almost like I don't believe in them anymore. But that one experience was so vivid and traumatizing in a way that it always reminds me to believe that there are more than we know out there. I've recently moved into an apartment in the historic part of a medium-sized town. The atmosphere is great, everyone seems friendly, and I get to walk twice a day for about an hour. Even the dogs that, despite feel they need to bark at me, are pretty friendly. The only fly in the ointment is the guy who lives a little ways down from me, who may be a bit too friendly. Not long after I moved in, I started doing my walks, and I would notice the older man sitting out on his porch some evenings. I'd nod at him, he'd nod at me. We might exchange greetings, normal neighbor stuff. A few weeks into this routine, I'm walking back to my apartment, passing his house. He's out there again as usual, but this time calls out to me, stating how he always sees me walking. I respond that, yeah, I do it twice a day, and he invites me to come up and sit on his porch and talk. Now, Mama might have raised me to be polite, but she didn't raise no fool. So I politely declined and continued the short conversation from the grass in front of his house. After a few minutes, I excuse myself and walk back to my apartment. The next few days went on as routine, until one evening he's sitting on his porch, listening to somebody playing electric guitar on a radio. I mean, some really psychedelic stuff. He calls out to me, I stop, and he asks if I like the music. I said, yeah. In truth, it wasn't really my thing, but again, wanted to be polite. So he invites me to come sit up on his porch and listen to it. I again decline, stating I had somewhere to be, and he grouses jokingly that I need to stop making excuses. I again take my leave, feeling even more unnerved than previously. Several more weeks pass and I'm walking by his house when he suddenly bellows, "Boy!" at me from his porch. I stop and turn to face him. I have a thing about people being too familiar with me. I hate being called bud or buddy, so automatically I'm on edge. He asks why he hasn't seen me in the last few days. I explain that I've been walking at the same time every evening. And again, he invites me to come up and sit on his porch. I again decline. After several days of walking, I'm out one morning a couple of days ago, doing my normal rounds when I pass this guy in sunglasses and a hat mowing his lawn. I squeeze past him and the guy turns and demands to know why I didn't even stop to say hi. Surprise, it's my buddy. I state rightly that I didn't recognize him, and he suddenly changes the subject, asking what I do. I tell him I'm a writer. It's really more of a passion than a simple job, but it's the best answer I had. He says that he's wrote before, but probably never something as creative as I've done, which is mildly creepy considering I never told him I wrote fiction. He then says he wants to read some of my writing, says to bring it up to his porch one day, but helpfully tacking on that if he's not there, I should just knock because he's probably in the basement, where apparently his office is. Thoroughly creeped out by the fact that this dude is ticking all the red flags, I continue my walk. Several hours later, in the evening, I'm walking by his house when I see him come out of his house with his back to me. He hadn't seen me. He's fiddling with something on his porch. I slow down because I'm curious, and because somewhere in my brain, I guess I decided it would be rude not to say hi. He turns around after setting up the speaker again, telling me to come sit down and listen to music. Now I was meeting some friends a few minutes later and thusly declined, citing the fact that they were waiting on me. He immediately half-jokingly accused me of lying and says that I won't get anywhere in life by not telling the truth. Before then, inviting that I hadn't had anything to do all day, I argued that yes, I did. He finally drops the subject and lets me go. I'm walking away from him, and that's when I hear it, his screen door swinging shut. The man had gone out on his porch and set up the music just to try to get me to go up there with him. That was the last time I went that way. The next morning, changing my pattern entirely to avoid his house. This is where the I need advice portion is. In your humble opinions, am I blowing this out of proportion? Is this just some lonely, retired old man reaching out to the one person that he sees on a regular basis? Or is this somebody with a much darker agenda, trying to get me into a position where I'm easy to incapacitate, be dragged back into his house or office? Either way, I'm avoiding creepy guy because I'm not sure how I feel about someone who keeps trying to get me onto their porch. This happened a few nights ago, or I guess even a week ago now. I can't go to my favorite gas station at night anymore, and I basically avoid it in the day, too. I mean, it already started getting sketchy about 6 months ago, but now it's just out of control. Before I get into this, please know I'm not judging people who struggle with addiction in general, but at the same time, I am about to pass judgment on somebody who is very likely on drugs. If that offends you, just remember, they're not the ones who walked away with scratches. I usually hit up this gas station every night after my shift. I'm a bartender who works down at the waterfront. My last shift ends around 11:30. I get to this place a bit before midnight. I grab my drinks, my jewels, maybe some Skittles, and then I'm out. Well, about a week ago, it didn't go half as smooth. I got in okay, grabbed my goods, though no Skittles this time, just a blue Powerade and my jewels. It was getting out of there that gave me trouble. I never even saw anyone near the store, not when I had pulled up. But heading out to my car, I see tucked on the side of the building are 2 or 3 guys smoking. I don't know what they're smoking, it's none of my business, so whatever. I fiddle for my keys, and I hear someone right up in my space speak into my left ear. They're close as fuck to my face, and I'm frozen for a split second before I whip around, asking what the fuck is going on and telling them to back up. It registers with me that the guy said, "You smoke dope?" To which I'm answering him now, "I don't smoke dope, now back up." I realize that he doesn't look armed and his hands aren't in his pockets, so I feel comfortable continuing to open my car door to get the fuck out of there. Then, a hand slams my door shut as I barely get it opening. His angry, sluggish voice lets out a sharp, "Bitch," followed by one of those weird-ass, loud whistles. I see the 3 or so guys on the side start to make their way over to where I'm standing. Before they even take a few steps, I'm whipping around to push the man away from me. He barely moves, his hand only lifting off the car for a moment, but I'm running out of time before these 3 dudes surround my car. Before I can swing on him with my bag of goods, he presses my shoulder against the car, and it wasn't a gentle nudge either. It's funny though, I didn't think to scream. I had this moment where I thought, no one's going to give a fuck if I start screaming. I knew that the man that worked at the gas station at this time was so old, like barely hanging on for life, and man couldn't hear shit. The only other people around at the time are the group of men I'm trying to avoid. I go to knee him in the balls, and like some sort of Matrix junkie, he swings his hips backwards, causing my knee to miss his junk. But he's pissed and almost distracted, enough to where I was able to smack his arm away and grab my car door handle, unpin my shoulder. I'm now trying to put the bag of goods between me and this fucker. I open the door slightly, and while part of me wants to reach my arm through the small crack that's open, I don't want this man to push me or the door, suddenly crushing my hand or worse. But doing nothing causes the man to grab my free arm, gripping it hard with his dirty hand, fingernails digging into my forearm, and for the first time I yelled out. As I'm screaming for the guy to let the fuck go, 2 other guys attempt to open the passenger side door. I say fuck it, and I use all my strength with my other arm to pry the door open, kicking the man's leg to push him away. Then, the 3rd man of the group joins this guy, grabbing my arm. I use my foot to kick him in the balls. I make contact and he falls. He loosens the grip, and it causes the man to loosen slightly, and I take that chance to remove my arm. I can't get it entirely free, but I've gotten the door open. I've launched myself into the driver's seat, and I keep pulling, but he hasn't fully let go. I grab my steering wheel for leverage, and I pull. With one painful yank, I feel the man's nails dig and scrape into my skin as I pull. And then I'm free. He quickly tried to put his hand back in to grab anything, but I quickly slammed the door on his hand, opening it only slightly for him to remove it. Now, all of the men were on the driver's side, but I've got all of the doors locked. I practically was crying the whole way out of the parking lot and home, but I wasn't going to go home. These were angry tears. I was so fucking pissed that these guys had scared me away from my favorite gas station, that it was almost so much worse, that I had these fucking disgusting scratches on my arm to remind me of this for God knows how long. Before going home, I drove to the police station to file a proper report. I had them take photos of my arm. I explained what happened, when and where, but I also described each of the men in detail. I told the police I didn't want to stick around to see if they were there still, but I urged them to keep an eye on that gas station and an eye out for these men. Truthfully, I have no idea what their intentions were. All I know is that when someone puts their hands on you, invades your space, and has power in numbers, that shit's terrifying. I still drive by occasionally, sometimes before work, sometimes after. It may not be those guys, not all of them anyway, but the place isn't looking too safe these days. The side of the building is sketchy, and it's sad. I filed a report because if any other woman or human has to experience that shit, I'm gonna know that it's because the police failed them. Someone who could do something about it failed them. Not me. When I was in the 8th grade, back in 2015, I lived at Fort Carson, a military post in Colorado. The house we lived in was pretty normal for military housing. Nothing really felt strange or creepy about the house itself. It was just your regular 4-bedroom home in a small neighborhood of identical houses. I'd already lived there for a few years and had nothing out of the ordinary happen, and my family, if they did experience anything, they never told me, except my younger brother. My brother is the youngest out of me and my siblings and was only 4 at the time, so whenever he would talk about things that scared him at night, a lot of the time I just assumed it was his imagination. A year before we moved out of the house, my brother would often wake up in the middle of the night and scream and cry as if he was being hurt. First time it ever happened, the whole house ran to his room to see what was wrong, but he was just in his bed, pointing at the door, screaming. He said that he saw a monster in the doorway. At first, we all thought that he had just had a bad dream or a really active imagination. However, almost every week after that, at least once or twice, he would wake up and do the same thing. I've always had a huge interest in things that are paranormal or strange, so after a while I became curious to see if he was really seeing something. One night, in the middle of summer, while I was playing Battlefield 4 with some friends, I got up and I went downstairs for a snack run. When I returned to my bedroom, I thought about what my brother would say about his doorway. Me and my siblings had our bedrooms on the 2nd floor of the house. My room was directly across from the stairs, and to the left of my door was a long hallway with a bathroom between mine and my sister's room. Then, my brother's room at the end. Before I sat back down to continue playing, I decided to check on him, look down the hallway to his room. Standing in his doorway was a tall figure that almost didn't fit in the doorway. The top of its spine was pushed against the top, and I could only see the bottom half of its head. It had pale skin and backwards legs, like a goat, except they were human legs. It was facing the inside of my brother's room, towards his bed. I stared for a few seconds before I went back into my room and shut the door. What I'd seen shook me up a bit, but I reassured myself that I was probably seeing things, as all day I'd been watching ghost videos and listening to creepypastas. So I decided to take another look. I wish I didn't. This time, the thing was facing down the hallway, staring back at me. Its face had almost no features, except for dark holes for eyes, and its arms hung almost all the way to the floor. I froze and immediately felt sick. And after what felt like an eternity, I pulled my head back into my bedroom and shut and locked the door. My brother didn't wake up that night, and he later would be afraid of my bedroom too, even during the day. I never left my room at night until we moved out of that house, and I didn't tell anyone about it for a few years. I still think about it from time to time, but often doubt if I really saw what I had seen. Any of you have any similar encounters? My cousin and I have always been close. We've been tight ever since we were kids. At one point in my life, when I was around 9 years old, my family had moved in with his family in their upstairs apartment in Montebello, California. It was a pretty great time in my childhood because I'm the youngest out of my siblings. Me and my cousin are around the same age. I finally had someone my age to play with. My cousin has 2 older siblings and a little brother who was around 3 or 4 at the time. So having someone to play with his age was also great for my cousin too. The first couple of nights that we spent over there were pretty normal. We woke up, got ready for school, came home, did our homework, ate dinner. We'd play for a little bit and then go to bed. Whenever we would play after dinner, I noticed that my youngest cousin was also playing in the front room by himself, but having full-blown conversations with himself. I asked my cousin, "Who's he talking to?" And my cousin responded with, "Yeah, I don't know, man. He keeps telling everybody that he has an imaginary friend named Gilbert. My mom says it's just a phase he's going through." We didn't think nothing of it. Me and my cousin would just continue to play. Him being 3 years old and us being 9 years old, we would play with him whenever we could, but the age difference would always get in the way. Me and my cousin wanted to play with action figures. My little cousin wanted to play act like a puppy. It's just the nature of being a 3-year-old. Things started to take a turn when me and my cousin would notice that some of the toys that we would put away because they were our favorites would always be misplaced, or not in the same position we would leave them. We always thought it was weird. One night after dinner, me and my cousin decided that we were going to take our action figures and play by the kitchen table. Little did we know that we were about to experience together something that we would remember for the rest of our lives. I remember grabbing all of our Marvel action figures together and bringing them over by the kitchen table. My cousin shouts, "I want to play Wolverine." And I respond with, "Okay, I'm going to play Spider-Man." And just as 9-year-old kids do, we let our imagination take over. We begin playing with our action figures. In the middle of our role-playing, my little cousin comes up to us and asks if we want to play hide-and-seek with him. My cousin told him, "No, we're going to play with our toys, but you can play with us if you want to." I remember after my cousin said no, my little cousin stood there looking at us. Then he turned to his side and said, "See, I told you they don't want to play." Me and my cousin looked at each other like he was crazy. I said to him, "Who are you talking to?" My little cousin responded with, "I'm talking to my friend Gilbert. He wants to play hide and seek. He doesn't like it when you guys say no." I remember laughing. I'm telling my little cousin, "Well, tell your friend Gilbert, we don't want to play with him." My little cousin just looked at us one more time and walked away. Me and my other cousin laughed it off and continued to play with our toys. As we were playing with our toys, me and my cousin started to hear noises coming from the kitchen. We both looked at each other with the facial expression that described without saying words, "Did you hear that?" And while looking at one another, simultaneously, we both shrugged and continued to play. Once we started playing again, we hear what sounds like dishes in the dish rack shaking, as if something was vibrating them. We both look at each other again. Both of our facial expressions are the same. We are both looking at each other like, what the hell is going on in the kitchen? So we put our toys down. We peek our heads into the kitchen area, and as we do, we can see the dish rack shaking uncontrollably. I remember feeling confused and thinking to myself, why is it shaking like that? As me and my cousin are both looking at the dish rack shake for no reason, we both see a butter knife suddenly rise out of the dish rack, hover in the air for a second, then tossed in our direction onto the floor. Me and my cousin are now both looking at this butter knife on the floor, about 2 feet away from us. We both look at each other, and I say to him, "Did you just see that?" And he responds with, "Yeah." Then my cousin decides to tell me about all these conversations, the ones he's been overhearing between his mom and his stepdad, about all the weird things that have been happening around his apartment, how they both feel that Gilbert is a spirit that's been following my little cousin. Then he told me a few nights ago, before we moved into his apartment, him and his older sister were in their room, the one that they share. They were watching TV, and all of a sudden, they could hear footsteps in their hallway. He said that him and his older sister were the only ones awake, and every time they would open up their door to look out into the hallway, they wouldn't see anyone. He said that they went back and continued to watch TV with the door shut. Then, again, all of a sudden they hear the footsteps charging in the direction of their room in the hallway. And as soon as it got close to their door, boom, the door burst open. They could hear footsteps running away. As we got older, we were both in our 20s. Me and my cousin got drunk together one night. It was pretty close to a holiday. We were both discussing our experiences that we had with other family members, including my grandma. My grandmother still lives in the same apartment complex, but downstairs to where my cousins used to live. She's been there so long that she's very good friends with the owner of the apartments. My grandmother decides to tell us, finally admits to us, that my younger cousin's friend, Gilbert, was anything but imaginary. Both my grandmother and grandfather claimed to have actually seen him. She described him as a boy with a somewhat of a bowl haircut, wearing old-fashioned clothes, such as a button-up long sleeve, with the sleeves rolled up, trousers, suspenders. She told us the night that she first saw him, she knew it wasn't normal. So she contacted the owner of the apartments and explained to him what she'd seen and experienced. She said the owner had admitted that a family had once lived in the upper apartments, where my cousin used to live, a very long time ago, when the apartments were first built. He'd told her that the family's youngest son had passed away upstairs. He's not exactly sure about the specifics of the situation. He said the little boy's name was Gilbert. My grandparents live way out in the country, like gravel roads, no street lights, and their closest neighbor is a cornfield. It's that kind of country. Every summer, my parents would drop me off for a couple of weeks while they took care of things back home. I didn't mind. I liked it out there. I liked how time felt slower. The air smelled like sun-baked dirt. It was quiet in a way that made you notice your own thoughts, and I liked that. Behind the house was a stretch of land, a thin strip of woods, an old shed that leaned too far to the left, and a dry basin that everyone called the sand pit. Supposedly it used to be a pond before it dried up sometime in the 80s. Now it was cracked earth, brittle weeds, and silence. I played out there all the time, dug little tunnels, pretended I was on a different planet. Grandpa didn't like me going too far into it. Said the ground was soft in spots. Said there were snakes. He never raised his voice, just got quiet if you didn't listen. real quiet. That was worse than yelling. The last summer I stayed there, I was 11. It was hot. It was one of those stretches where the air feels really heavy and even the cicadas start to give up. I brought a fan, snacks, and books and made a little hideout under one sickly-looking tree at the edge of the pit. And that's when I saw the first hole. It was maybe the size of a dinner plate, perfectly round, edges sharp, like it had been cut into the earth instead of dug. I dropped a rock inside and waited. I never heard it hit the bottom. I moved on, thinking it was a burrow or something. The next day, there were more, all evenly spaced, like they'd been placed there. No piles of displaced dirt, no drag marks, just holes, dark, silent holes. I told my grandpa. He came to the screen door, stared out toward the pit, then said nothing. After that, he stopped going outside entirely. He started sitting in his recliner all day with the TV off, just staring out the window, like he was waiting for something. One night, I found him in the kitchen, standing barefoot, staring at the floor with his head cocked slightly, like he was listening for a knock coming from under the house. I asked if he was okay. He didn't answer at first. Then, softly, like it hurt to say, he murmured, "You need to stop going out there." Why? They don't like being noticed. I thought he meant animals, foxes, coyotes. I asked what they were, but he just turned and walked away. I didn't listen. The next morning, the tree that I always sat under had shifted. Its roots were poking out from the dirt now, twisted, exposed, like the ground beneath it had been disturbed, like something had pushed up from underneath. I told my grandma. She gripped the edge of the sink and said, "Don't bring that up again," and made me promise not to mention it to my grandfather. That night, I couldn't sleep. I looked outside the guest room window, toward the pit. Grandpa was out there. He was standing in the center, bathed in pale moonlight, unmoving. He was facing one of the holes. I watched, frozen, thinking maybe he'd passed out or fallen. Then he lifted one hand slowly, like he was reaching down to touch the rim of the hole. But he didn't touch it, just hovered there, hand trembling slightly, head tilted, like he was listening. The next morning, he was back in his chair, humming something tuneless and low. He never acknowledged it, and I never asked. I left 2 days later. Never went back for summer after that. A few months ago, my parents told me Grandpa had passed. Natural causes, they said. Grandma was selling the property. It's strange. All this time, and that's what brought the memory back. I hadn't thought about the sand pit in years, but now I can't stop thinking about it. I keep picturing that empty stretch of land behind the house, those holes, the way the ground felt soft in certain places, the way Grandpa stood out there in the dark, like he was waiting for something. I'm a 26-year-old female who's fascinated by the paranormal, but I didn't always believe in it. I was open to the idea, but didn't put much stock into it. Over the years, that's drastically changed. When my wife and I were newlyweds, we were best friends with another couple. We would travel together, go on double dates. One day, they went out of town, and we agreed to watch their animals. They had a cat, a bearded dragon, a red iguana, and 2 rats. Since I worked near their home, I'd go over in the morning, during my lunch hour, and again in the evening. I was usually alone for the morning and afternoon visits. and my wife would join me for the evening visit. One day during the afternoon visit, I purposely left the lights off because there was enough natural light to see fairly well without them, and I wanted to save a little on their electric bill. I did not touch the lights. After checking on the animals, I returned to work. When my wife and I came back that evening, the outside entryway and hallway lights were both on. I told my wife I was 100% sure I hadn't done it. She thought that someone from their HOA or a relative had stopped by. Or someone had noticed they were out of town and broke in. We each put a car key between our knuckles and entered the house. It was eerily quiet. I couldn't hear any of the animals, and the air felt stale. I could have choked on it. We slowly made our way through the house, looking for any sign of disturbance, and every single light was on. But nothing was out of place. We both relaxed somewhat. I began gaslighting myself into believing that I had somehow turned on all of the lights. Suddenly, a loud thud came from the reptile room, the one that we had just left, and it was so loud that the house shook. We threw open the door, but nothing had moved, not even an inch. The only thing that had changed was the bearded dragon. Its large enclosure was on the floor and had a sliding glass door in front of it. The dragon, who had been peacefully resting just a minute before, was now rhythmically tapping his nose against the glass, over and over again. It was almost robotic. I stared in disbelief. I'd never seen an animal behave like that. I walked to the enclosure, gently sliding the glass door open, and the dragon continued to tap on the glass that wasn't there, before its beard suddenly went pitch black. Then it scrambled out of the enclosure and straight for the exit. Luckily, my wife was able to close the door in time, but once he reached it, he started tapping on it in the same pattern that he had been doing on the glass. Suddenly, on the other side of the door, we heard another, even louder thud, followed immediately by the cat screaming. It was horrible, but I didn't have time to react before we heard clanging and clattering in the other enclosures behind us. The iguana was wildly whipping its tail against the sides and hissing. It was terrifying. I quickly returned the dragon to its enclosure, and he immediately resumed tapping. My wife grabbed the doorknob. I'll never forget the fear and disbelief in her voice when she said that it wouldn't open. I rushed over and started yanking as hard as I could, but the knob wouldn't even turn. It wasn't broken. It felt like someone was holding it from the other side. I banged on it, screaming as true panic set in. My head was fuzzy, my chest was tight, and I thought I would pass out. Then, it suddenly all stopped. The cat fell silent. The iguana stopped whipping. The dragon stopped tapping. And the door opened easily. When we left that room, the rest of the lights were now off. My wife and I bolted outside and remained silent the whole way home. The next day, I'd almost convinced myself that it was a fluke, that the animals had upset each other. When I told my friend about the weird experience, she replied, "Oh, I forgot to mention we've had a lot of activity lately." "What do you mean by activity?" I asked. She then explained that the former owner, an elderly man, had passed away in the home after owning it for 40 years. Ever since they started the renovations, she'd been seeing a male figure in the corners or at the bottom of the stairs. He would rile up the animals and mess with the lights, but he'd never been violent. Only mischievous, as he was upset about the renovations. After that, I reevaluated my outlook on the paranormal, and now I sure as hell believe. For legal and privacy purposes, I've obviously changed the names here, but this is a personal story of mine, and the only paranormal experience I've had to date. I'm sure the previously stated reasons for my anonymity will be forthright by the end of my story. Until then, my name is Jane, and my dead ex-husband we'll call Flynn. Before he became my dead ex, he was my living spouse who'd swept me off my feet right from the moment we met. I was a new hire at the office that we worked at, and my cubicle was next to his. Flynn was a charmer, and we were dating within the same week of my hiring. A few months later, he proposed, and I was moving the stuff out of my apartment and into his house. Flynn had been at the company longer than me, and though our workspaces were back to back, his paycheck made mine look like funny money. I didn't know this at the time, but I gotta tell ya, I didn't get too upset when I found out. He also got a raise after a year of us working together, and I could quit my job. I'd also be lying if I said that change in lifestyle was easy to get accustomed to. Sadly, it was the carefree life that I didn't want to leave, not Flynn. I'm sure he was having multiple affairs behind my back earlier in our relationship as well. He may have been better at hiding them, whatever it was. The first time I did catch him was in our second year of marriage. That killed the love for me. As much as I wanted to forgive him, as much as I told him I did, I never did in my heart. I tried, but slowly I emotionally drifted from him. In his eyes, practically pushing him into the arms of other women who showed him any kind of attention. He wasn't a man. He was a coward that refused to communicate his feelings with me, too afraid of losing his macho attitude. But I buried my heart and mourned for its death already, so I wasn't sweating it. It's true, money never filled the hole in my chest, but it did fill my closet, and I wouldn't have been able to see as much of the world as I did when I was young if it wasn't for him. And I'm still young. 46 doesn't qualify for senior discounts. I don't know if I'd ever remarry, though. Flynn's mom used to tell me if Flynn's dad died, she'd marry the pool boy. I don't think I could ever be a sugar mama. I'll consider marrying an AI bot before that. I saw a documentary where that seemed to work out for a guy until the servers went down, essentially killing his AI wife. When it rebooted, it was like that 50 First Dates movie. I've moved off track. If you don't mind, I'd like to get back to where I was. Okay, summertime. Flynn and I get back from a wedding out of state. No animals and no kids meant no responsibilities, and sometimes we'd be gone for weeks at a time, depending on our travel destination. That time, we only stayed away for 4 days. Arriving home, we opened the door and were met with the most foul of odors, like a concert porta potty mixed with vinegar and cherries for some reason. And for the life of us, we couldn't find what the source could have been. And I'm telling you, we searched that house with a fine-tooth comb looking for it. After opening all the windows, the smell only dissipated so much. The remaining funk had to be masked with Lysol sprays and those things that you put in your car to make it smell good. Lynn bought a bunch of those from a gas station that afternoon, and we hung them all over the house, but nothing really helped. Sometimes you think that it would start to go away, only to be hit with another invisible cloud of super yucky air, more than what the nose had already gotten used to. Going to bed that night, I got up more than once to make sure we'd locked the doors when we'd gotten home. When we laid our heads down, both of us could hear scurrying under the floorboards. Both of us thought an animal had gotten under the house and hoped that that was also where the smell was coming from. I say scurrying around, but it really sounded like bare feet running around beneath us. More of a pitter-patter rather than a scurry, if that makes sense. But the noise coming from the crawl space under us It was less likely to assume that it was a person making that sound, even though it sure sounded like it. Flynn would call an exterminator the next morning. They were in our driveway, looking under the house for us before noon that day, but they reported no evidence of animals being down there. No nests, no fur, no leftover meals. When Flynn first purchased the house, he and his dad put up grates around the open slots leading under the porch, and to this day, they're still holding up strong. That was all well and good, but we had no resolution to the thumping noise the night before, or the stench inside, or the fact that it was even worse now. We opened up all of the doors and windows again, trying to get the air circulating. Sometime after the exterminators left, I was standing in the kitchen, and I heard Flynn say something in the hallway, and then scream. He runs into the kitchen and says, "I just saw someone walk from the living room into the fireplace and disappear." He thought it was me. He even said something to it as it walked by. His hair stood up when he did a double take and realized it wasn't me, and then watched it disappear. It looked like he was going to have a heart attack. I made him sit down. His forehead was dripping sweat and his face was flushed. I didn't think that he was lying about what he saw. I didn't see it, but for the rest of the night, Flynn stayed close to me. The experience terrified him enough to follow me into the bathroom while I peed, just so he wouldn't have to be alone. Macho Flynn never acted like that. Now he was like a cat. Every little noise made him jump, sitting tensed up in the bed until he started snoring next to me, and I felt his body slowly relax. We were watching an episode of some English-dubbed South Korean soap opera that our friend had gotten us into ironically, until the wacky characters and over-the-top story became so captivating, it became unironic, and we binged every episode of every season. At this time, there were probably less than 10 minutes left on the episode we were watching when he passed out. I was going to finish it and then planned on going to sleep afterwards. I was already struggling to stay awake, slowly dozing off, trying to keep my eyes open until the credits. Our TV is next to the door in our bedroom. All of the lights are off in the house. The bedroom door was already a little bit open, but from the corner of my eye, while staring at the TV, I could see the door slowly open. Watching the bright TV in a dark room, my eyes weren't adjusting to the dark enough to see anything, not past the doorframe into the black hallway. And nothing could have made me go check how the door could have done that. Instead, I left the TV on all night, turned the volume up a bit louder, and tried to ignore the feeling that someone was standing in the doorway. To sum up the next few days, 2 big crows fly into the same second-story window, breaking their necks, landing on the patio. The thumping continues, even after Flynn goes under the house himself to check. That drove him the craziest. The smell also persisted. It became easier to ignore until you left the house and came back. Then the smell would smack you across the face, all over again. No amount of laundry or deep cleans of the rooms could lessen its punch. I'll also say that I saw a perfect handprint left in the condensation on the mirror after a shower I had, and it was smaller than my hand, and my hands are smaller than Flynn's. The mirror that we have in the bathroom is a pretty tall, oval-shaped one, and the print was at the very top, pointing upside down. I noticed it when I tilted my head up gargling mouthwash. It was too far up there for me to even wipe off with a towel. I was perplexed at its appearance. I couldn't understand how it got there. Then in the middle of the night, one night, something wakes Flynn up, and he can't get back to sleep. While he's laying awake in bed, he gets an overwhelming feeling, almost like a voice in his head urgently telling him to go check around the house, make sure the doors are locked. In an effort to alleviate the feeling, Flynn gets out of bed with the room still completely dark and walks into the hallway. Before he's able to turn on the light, he steps in a puddle of water with pieces of broken glass in it. It was invisible in the dark, and the soft bottom of his right foot gets sliced open, making him lose balance. He let out just enough of a yelp that it woke me up. I found him unconscious in the hallway. Blood was on the corner of the countertop, and it was coming from Flynn's head and foot. I called paramedics, and within 5 minutes, there's a round of knocks at the door. I rush to let them in, scramble to unlock the deadbolt, swing the door open, and don't see any ambulance lights or paramedics. No one's there. I was still on the phone with the operator, and she told me that they were still on their way to me. I deadbolted the door again before returning to Flynn. All of the lights in the house were on at this point, and when I checked on him, his skin was turning pale blue. I sobbed into the phone, begging the operator to make the ambulance drive faster. She tried to keep me calm, but the scene was too much. It's still too much. I hate that when I see it in my head, it was the worst, most horrible, saddest thing of my life. In my marriage, it was safe to say that Flynn and I didn't love each other anymore, but we were still friends. I would have never wished his death. It all moved too quickly after the EMTs picked him up. I followed them to the hospital, just to have the doctor meet me in the lobby and tell me he was gone. They let me go in to say goodbye, and then I was pushed out of the emergency room. Gathering a deceased loved one's finances and assets to disperse amongst family was a nightmare that took over a year to settle. But right after Flynn's death, I went home, and the smell of the house was there to meet me at the door with open arms. Life as I knew it had changed, and it dulled my senses. I threw the keys on the table, and I laid on the couch, cried my eyes out for hours, thinking about Flynn. There were splotches of blood in the hallway where he had slipped. I exhausted myself trying to clean everything, but I stopped when I saw the glass that he'd stepped on. I picked up one of the larger broken shards. Flynn's blood was still able to be seen in the cracks of the embossed curves. I realized they came from a wine glass set of mine. We rarely use these wine glasses. I know nobody pulled it out to drink water that night. But aside from the blood, there was only water on the ground, like it was filled up with tap water and then dropped on the ground. Impossible to see in the dark hallway. The discovery of the wine glass sent me over the brink of insanity. For a little, I was trying to figure out how it could have gotten there. At some point, I must have fallen asleep torturing my brain with scenarios on the couch, because I woke up in the middle of the night, sitting in the same position. A loud bump pulled me from my dream, but I didn't know where it had come from. The room I'd fallen asleep in was freezing. I walked into the bedroom and couldn't bring myself to get in. I took the blankets and made my bed back out in the living room. The next morning, the back of my arms looked like a cat had clawed them while I was asleep. 10 to 15 scratches on both of my arms that stung the moment I opened my eyes. They were long, thin red lines that ran down to my elbow. I recount this next part acknowledging the groggy state I was in, but when I saw my shadow on the wall cast by the morning sun, there was a second shadow standing next to mine. It looked different than mine, and when I moved my hand, theirs stayed at their side. It stayed next to my shadow on the living room wall until I got off the couch. When I looked up again, it was only mine there. I wish the shadow that joined me that morning resembled Flynn's, but sadly, what I thought I saw scared me to the bone. The silhouette was smaller than mine, and I could see that it had long, hanging hair. Something else caught my eye that morning as well, but this time, what I saw was real. In our living room fireplace, there was a woman's running shoe, one that I'd never seen before. Red with white trim. I think it was Adidas, something that I'd never wear. And the anger bubbled up thinking Flynn got them for another girl. Grief and anger was a mix that I had felt often before. It felt sickening, and I got down to dig in the soot and the charred wood of the fireplace, looking for a second one. We usually kept it pretty clean when we were burning wood in it. Looking down, I could see that there was no second shoe. There were 2 logs I could easily see behind. I looked at the first shoe and held it in my hand. It was covered in thick black soot, but the fireplace itself didn't have any, except one spot on one of the logs. I quickly deduced the running shoe must have come from inside the actual chimney. As much as I didn't want to, I slowly put my head into the fireplace to look up the chute. The smell that had been plaguing the house for days was the strongest the closer I got my head to it. By the time I was under the hole, I couldn't hold my breath long enough to get a good look up. It was a narrow, rectangular gap the size of a Kleenex box. As heart-stricken as I was, I knew that I had to get the phone book and call someone to check out the chimney. I thought maybe an animal had actually crawled in there and died. When the chimney sweep got onto the roof, he nervously called down to me that there was blood all over the bricks of the chimney. I thought even more that he would find an injured raccoon or cat that had fallen, but neither the young chimney sweep nor I could have expected the decomposing body of a woman. Firefighters, ambulances, and police cars all parked in the grass of my yard while the firefighters broke the chimney apart, enough to retrieve the corpse that was lodged in there. Let's say when they checked the woman's ID, we find out her name's Lori. On top of the roof, next to the destroyed chimney, firefighters also find a bag, one that they described as looking like a kill kit, containing zip ties, duct tape, hunting knives, and an unused Kodak disposable camera. The cops tasked with going to my house for 2 days in a row with 2 different dead bodies had more than a few questions for me. I didn't know Lori, and I'd never seen her until she was being pulled from my chimney that day. Flynn, however, knew Lori very well. I felt nothing but sadness and disgust reading through the text that they'd sent back and forth. Flynn recycled the charming words he used to send me, almost word for word. The chain of messages end with Lori telling Flynn, basically, if she can't have him, nobody can. He left her on red, and that was the day before we left for the wedding. I was humiliated, sitting in a little office while these men read the intimate conversations of my deceased husband and the deceased homewrecker. Literally, it would cost me over $2,000 to get my chimney fixed. That's not the worst part about it, though. This whole situation was traumatizing on its own, but to add insult to injury, for a few months, I was suspected of murdering the woman. Police found out that she didn't die of asphyxiation. There were signs that she'd been beaten, that her throat was crushed before she went in. That was the last straw that broke the camel's back of my patience. I screamed at every cop at the precinct that day that accused me. I wasn't held in jail or detained because they knew I was right. As I walked out, they told me not to leave town, that someone would be by to continue the chat. But days went by and no one did. Later, with more DNA evidence coming in after the autopsy, they would find the actual killer. He was already behind bars, serving time for another crime that he committed the night after he killed Lori, telling the investigators outright that he'd offed her because she misled him under false pretenses, telling him that they were going to go rob a random rich person's house. But when they found out we weren't home, she didn't want to break in because the burglary wasn't the real reason she picked the house. So, he punched and strangled her on the roof of our house, bouncing her head off the brick chimney until she stopped living. Then, he picked her up and dropped her into the chimney chute. During her decomposition, her body shifted lower, and her shoe must have fallen off. it being just the right size to fall through and land in the fireplace. Any wider, and I may not have known that she was up there for months, until a skeleton fell through the fireplace. I still live in the house to this day. After the body was excavated, things settled down. I try not to think about it too much, because there's too much to think about. Some days are easier than others, but ultimately, I'm glad I got to keep my home. I've painted the living room twice since then, not because it needed it, but because I needed it. I don't know if I believe in ghosts in the traditional sense, but I do believe in things lingering. Grief, betrayal, fear. They haunt you in quieter ways that no priest or medium can banish. You just learn to live with them, like a shadow standing beside your own, silent and still, until one day, it's gone. Maybe it's there, and you just stop looking for it. I used to work night shifts at this old bowling alley just off the highway. Mostly part-time stuff, cleaning up after league nights, fixing stuck lanes, keeping drunk guys from climbing into the pin machines, stuff like that. It wasn't glamorous, but it was quiet and weirdly peaceful after closing. There was a row of lockers in the back hallway, metal ones with chipped paint that used to be for regulars years ago. Nobody really used them anymore, except for a couple of old-timers who still kept their shoes and lucky balls locked up. There was one locker, number 19. It was always open. Every night I'd close it, double-check the latch, and the next shift it would be open again. Not busted or hanging, just swung open, like someone had been in it. I thought maybe a customer or another employee was messing with me, so I started padlocking it at the end of my shift. It didn't matter, though. The next night, the padlock would be sitting on the floor, locker open, still empty inside. I brought it up to my manager once. She got really quiet and just said, "Maybe don't touch that one anymore." I asked why, and she just walked away. Wouldn't even look at me. A few nights later, I was closing alone. Everyone was gone. I was doing my final sweep when I heard something slam in the back hallway. Locker 19. I went to check, and sure enough, it was wide open. But this time there was something inside. It looked like a piece of an old work shirt, faded red, smelled like metal and dust. I shut the locker and started to walk away, but then I heard this sound. Low, wet breathing. Not from the hallway, from the ball system, near lane 8. It wasn't running. I got close, thinking maybe something had fallen inside. I leaned down and reached towards the chute, and something pulled back. Not hard, just enough for me to feel it. Cold, damp, like a hand brushing past mine. I left everything where it was. Didn't clock out or finish closing. I called in sick for the rest of the week. When I came back, locker 19 had a sign taped to it, "Do not open." It didn't stop it from being open, though. I try to avoid lane 8, but not exactly possible. Sorta hard to explain that you're not willing to clean or fix something because you think it's haunted. My family home was built in the 1960s by my grandparents, and I believe it's been haunted by several different paranormal entities. My parents and I slept on the second floor, while my sister and grandparents slept on the first. Their experiences I'm going to share began 15 years ago. My older sister was the first one to be noticeably affected. She suddenly began having sleep paralysis all the time. I know that isn't scientifically related to the paranormal, but my country's folklore relates them to a specific entity known as a dark man, for lack of a better translation. Some might call it a sleep paralysis demon, and it's often thought of as an evil, mischievous spirit. At first, we thought nothing of my sister's experiences, but then they became so frequent that it began to worry us all. Soon, more things started happening. She would wake up in the middle of the night to feel something invisible pulling her hair. She would freak out and call for Grandma, who always came running with a bottle of holy water. After spraying it around the room, they prayed together. On a different occasion, whatever was playing with her hair also breathed on her face, which freaked her out even more. Once, my mom, my sister, and I were watching TV when my sister suddenly shifted into a state of sleep paralysis while fully awake. It took a few seconds for Mom and I to realize what was happening. She was shaking, with her eyes open, struggling to make a sound. When she finally woke up, she let out a blood-curdling scream, crying and yelling, "It got me! Why didn't you help?" She was visibly shaken and pale. Grandma arrived with her usual remedy, and even my father walked out of the bedroom, totally freaked out by her screams. Grandma remembered that if someone needed protection from the dark man, a piece of their family's clothing had to be placed on them, like a shield. So, we tied Dad's belt around her wrist, and she went to sleep in my room. Still frightened, she asked me to get her a glass of water. I did, and as I approached my door on the way back, the plastic cup of water practically exploded in my hand. Splitting on all sides, water was bursting out of my hand. Mom immediately came over. Everyone had seen, and they were shocked, speechless. At first, Dad thought I had just dropped the cup, but it was torn in perfectly straight lines, all the way around, almost as if someone had cut it with a scalpel. Needless to say, no one slept much that night. After that, my mother and I began experiencing sleep paralysis. She only had it a couple of times, but I still have them to this day. Nightly noises also started to occur. It was different from house settling. This sounds like moving chairs, clinking dishware. It mainly happened on the second floor, especially when we weren't home. Grandma once searched the second floor for a burglar when she heard someone open my parents' wardrobe, but no one was there. These incidents prompted my sister to visit our local priest. After explaining the situation, the priest concluded that a lost spirit was inhabiting our home and reaching out to my sister, wanting to be known. My sister was relieved to know that the spirit meant no harm. She even named it Samuel. Now, it was time to figure out what the hell Samuel actually was. The first theory concerns my grandma as a little girl. On her way home from school, she would pass through a cemetery. One day, she saw pretty flowers on a grave and brought them home without telling anyone. That very night, she woke up to an invisible force grabbing her leg and trying to drag her out of bed. She knew it was something that wanted its flowers back. She woke her parents up, and her mother said the same thing. They returned the flowers the next morning, and she never took anything from a graveyard ever again. But it's possible the entity remained attached to her all this time. The second theory, we thought Samuel might be Grandma's father, who I never met. Before he died, he told Grandma, "If you hear something in the attic when I'm gone, know that it's me." Coincidentally, the attic eventually became the second floor of the house, where most of the incidents happened. It's also worth noting that my sister and I shared my room before she moved downstairs, so it might be connected somehow. Other incidents soon followed. Mom once felt a strong force press on her upper body when she was almost asleep. She asked Dad to move his arm, thinking it was him. But after she got no response, she complained that it was hard to breathe. Eventually, she cried out and yelled for him to stop. That's when she finally realized he was facing away from her. He woke up confused as to why she was screaming. This one still frightens me to this day. One night, I was up very late, playing PlayStation 2. And when I finally did go to bed, I forgot to turn off the console while my LED joystick was plugged in. I woke up in the middle of the night, and the TV was off, but the joystick was glowing. I couldn't stand sleeping in the dark with everything that was going on. I looked at the console, and suddenly, the goddamn joystick unplugged itself, instantly plunging the room into total darkness and panic. I ran to the light switch and left it on for the rest of the night. Not long after, I was watching some late-night TV in the living room. The stairs are also in the living room. In total darkness, I heard footsteps going up the stairs and called out to my sister, thinking it was her. But there was no response. Then I realized there was no way my sister would go up the stairs without turning on the light. She's almost 30 now, and she still sleeps with a light on. I sat up, listening to each footstep as it drew closer to the top of the stairs. Finally, I heard someone step on the metal floor strip at the top of the stairs. I ran to my parents' bedroom, frantically screaming. I slept in their room for the rest of the night. The most bizarre thing happened in broad daylight, and it's truly unexplainable. My grandparents, sister, and I were all heading next door to my aunt's house for the afternoon. My grandparents went before us since I was still doing something, and my sister was in the bathroom. It was a thing in our family that the last person to leave the house locks it up before going. I was ready to leave before my sister, and she said that she wouldn't be far behind. She tried to come out, maybe a minute later, but the goddamn house was locked from the inside. No one else was home, and I didn't do it either. She ran out and told me what happened. We checked the locks, tried to recreate the situation, but it was impossible. The key had to be turned 6 times for the door to be locked. This was the last major thing from the beginning of our time in that house. It was followed by mostly noises, which we eventually learned to live with. My sister accepted Samuel, and no more incidents happened for a long time. At first, we didn't say a word of this to anyone outside of family and friends. But after some time had passed, I told my classmates about it, and 2 of them stayed overnight at my birthday party. My sister knew they only wanted to see something firsthand, so she tried to prank us by knocking on my door late at night. My friends were scared shitless, so my sister told them that it was just a joke. But a couple of hours later, my friend woke me up to say that something was knocking again. I opened the door, but nobody was there this time. My friend kept asking what the hell happened, but I didn't have an answer. Needless to say, he never slept over again. Well, that's really it. After we accepted things for how they were, the activity calmed down for a couple of years, and the noises became less frequent. A few years ago, some other things started happening, but let's just say they were different, and we'll leave those for another post. I've been reading a lot of strange stories, so I thought this would be a good place for mine. It happened over 30 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Every summer, I spent June and July serving hard labor on Grandpa's farm, and if I never have to see another live pig, I'll die happy. I hated it there, but my opinion didn't count for much, In fact, it didn't count for luck at all. But the point is, I was there. Grandpa needed help, and I was the only one too young to say no. It's true what they say about farming. You really do gotta wake up at 5 a.m. every goddamn day. My chore list got a little bit longer with each trip, so the summer before senior year was especially brutal. But knowing it was my last infused me with just enough strength to persevere. Admittedly, persevere is a strong word, a strong, inaccurate word, but I survived, and I never served time in a psych ward. That, my friends, is called winning. Collectively, I spent a grand total of 20 months on that farm, and at least triple that just thinking about it. In all that time, I never experienced anything unusual until the final summer. Luckily, this actually has nothing to do with farming, only my grandpa's house, but more specifically, his basement. It was the morning of June 11th, and I was coming downstairs to breakfast when the old man's shrill curses reached my ears. I almost turned around, but that would only make things worse. Grandpa was one of those hard asses who wanted you to look at him cross so that he could beat you senseless. That's how he got his jollies. But this time, he was really mad. I could practically hear his face turning red as spit flew, and I knew that one vein would be predominant on his forehead. When I entered the kitchen, the basement door stood open, and Grandpa was at max volume downstairs. But I could also hear another sound, the sound of running water. I rushed halfway down the stairs before coming to a sudden stop. The room was flooding from a busted pipe, and the water was already 3 to 4 inches above Grandpa's ankles. I called out, but he didn't even look at me before finding the main shutoff valve. With the floodgates finally closed, Grandpa took notice of me, but he still had that look. So I quickly averted my gaze lest he interpret it as a challenge. Thankfully, he had bigger concerns at the moment, and I returned to being invisible. Once he was safely back up the stairs, I rolled up my pants and dove in. A ton of stuff was getting ruined. Random junk was floating by the steps, and dozens of boxes were half submerged. If I didn't fish them out, I would be the only one to blame later. I began placing boxes onto higher shelves as I circled the room, but in the corner, opposite the stairs, I froze at the sound of a large splash behind me. Grandpa didn't have any pets, and there's no way he returned to help. My head snapped to the sound's direction, but nothing was there. Just the same, almost calm, water surface. After several minutes of total silence, I tried to resume my duties, and I think that's what something was waiting for. The moment I bent over, something brushed past my leg. I imagine it's exactly what it would feel like if I were standing in a pool and someone swam by, except the water obviously wasn't deep enough for that to actually happen. I screamed like a girl, but Grandpa didn't return. I thought he simply hadn't heard me, but I made a break for the stairs and he was finishing his breakfast in the kitchen. He didn't seem the least bit fazed by my outburst. He didn't even acknowledge me. All he did was mutter about expensive repairs and today's pansy youth. I was too shaken up to put much thought into his exact words, but I wish I had. After a hot meal and a moment to calm down, I felt fairly foolish for panicking. With a renewed sense of false courage, I returned to the flooded basement and resumed my place in the far corner. Everything was fine. I felt ridiculous for having worried, but only for a few seconds. As I bent down to pick up the last box, a cold, bone-thin hand clamped around my ankle in a steel-tight grip. My mouth opened wide, but no scream emerged, only a soft, dry croak. I wanted to pull my leg free to run, but I was paralyzed, and the grip on my ankle grew tighter. I expected my bone to snap at any moment. Desperate, I dared to look down into the murky water, and though I can never be sure if what I saw was real or merely my own warped reflection, there was a ghastly, white, pallid face staring back at me. The eye sockets were black and hollow, the cheeks were drawn, and its mouth was frozen in a silent scream. Maybe I went into shock, or maybe I had a panic attack. Either way, I couldn't breathe. It felt like my lungs were filling with water, and I couldn't get air. I couldn't choke. I couldn't fight back. I was completely helpless, and I have no clue how long I stayed that way. I only know that eventually, Grandpa was there, holding my head above water, shaking me like a crying newborn. I wasn't standing anymore. I was lying in the water, and the old man looked every bit as terrified as I felt. We didn't speak about what happened. He helped me upstairs. We called some plumbers, and they had the basement empty by that evening. Now, if nothing else had happened, I would think that I had a fit of temporary insanity or something and move on, but not with how things turned out. Grandpa's pipes were so old that they all needed to be replaced. To do that, a lot of the walls had to be ripped open, including one of the basements. There was a body in that bitch. The police were never able to identify the remains, but it was a male, and the top half of the skull was missing. I've just never really been able to process the whole thing. Sometimes I wonder if Grandpa killed that man. He fought the plumbers every step of the way. The police talked to him for a really long time, too. They didn't leave him alone until he got a lawyer. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything, does it? The old man died about 15 years ago, and on his deathbed, I asked him if he did it. But his mind was too far gone to answer. I guess it's one of those things I'll never know. But it feels much better to share my story with people who will believe it. Thanks for that. I've just had the worst Christmas of my life. I'd like to forget the whole week entirely. Growing up, I didn't have a close relationship with my father. His job kept him away, and things only got worse at age 10 when he divorced my mom. It was rocky between us until I turned 16 and got my license. That's when I started seeing him more often, and we became closer. By the time I was 18, we were going on hunting and fishing trips, and that's when I learned Mom hadn't been completely honest about Dad. Several years before the divorce, they bought an old farmhouse for a very good price, and my dad remodeled it over the years. It was nice, but there was always a feeling that something wasn't quite right. As a child, I would get the creeps. I refused to go into the cellar. It scared the hell out of me. Years later, I learned why they got the house at such a good price. The previous owners were an elderly couple that had lost their only son. He had been sent to Vietnam, and after returning home, things became too much for the poor guy. He shot himself in the cellar. 2 years ago, Dad and I had a falling out. We weren't speaking for a while. We were both being stupid, but I eventually began working up the courage to stop by and knock on his door. The problem was that he developed some mental issues with his old age, so he didn't always remember who people were. Plus, he had a history of coming to the door with a gun. On December 22nd, 2022, I decided to finally man up and put an end to the madness. For this next part, you'll need to know that he remarried and he had a daughter back in 1989. I never had a relationship with them, but I always thought my stepmom was a good person. As I drove to his house, something felt heavy and oppressively dark. but I thought it was just my nerves. Then the house came into view, and I got a really bad feeling. There were no cars in the driveway. Everything looked abandoned. When I knocked on the door, there was no response, but I felt like someone was watching. I walked around the patio doors, where I was able to look inside, and my stomach fell out of me. It was empty. The interior entirely gutted. I got inside and took a video to document the conditions, and that's when I realized my father was dead. I could hear a voice saying I was too late. Of course, I was totally devastated and half out of my mind. I went through the entire house until I finally found myself at the cellar steps. Under any other circumstances, I would have never gone down there, especially not when I was alone and nobody knew where I was. But it felt like something was pulling me into the darkness. The electricity had been shut off, and my phone was the only source of light. I started down the steps, and I wasn't even afraid until I reached the bottom and turned left. Something hit me so hard that I had to gasp for air just to get it into my lungs. My fear instantly shot from 0 to 10, and on the phone, I saw several bright orbs coming at me. They stopped directly in front of me for several seconds before shooting off into the darkness. After that, more solid orbs and anomalies began swarming me. There was no open doors or windows or fans, but it was colder inside than outside, which was 30 degrees. I heard whispers that made me think someone had walked into the house, and I confronted whatever was in the cellar. It responded with a very loud banging, at which point I decided to go back upstairs. The banging continued, so I yelled that I wasn't afraid anymore and that I would be back. I went outside and the new owner pulled up. He'd taken possession of the house from my stepmom on December 8th, and this stranger was kind enough to inform me that my father died of cancer several months prior. My stepmom didn't tell anyone, not even his own sisters. She sold everything he owned before selling the house, and now she's just gone, along with her daughter. The realtor said she refused to put a for sale sign on the property. I think whatever is in that house harassed my father and influenced many of the events that took place. Since being in there, things have started happening at my house, so I'm trying to document everything. 3 years ago, 2 different psychics said that I have an attachment from my childhood home. They felt it had influenced or tried to influence someone to take their own life, and they were absolutely correct. Let me tell you how to score a couple of free flights to anywhere on the North American continent. All you gotta do is spend 6 hours on a non-stop flight to Montreal in a packed airplane while seated next to a dead man. And wouldn't you know it, he got the window seat. The dead man hadn't boarded the plane like this, however. Allow me to explain. I'm flying home from a bachelor party. I'm the last class on the plane. And when I get to my row of seats, it's in between 2 older men around the same age as each other. But they don't know each other, so my spot was right there in between them. 8B, 8A, and 8C are filled up, as well as every other number and letter on this plane. So, on a packed flight with no other option, I'm forced to squeeze in. The stewardess has to come over and push me down in my seat. My knees are almost up to my chest as I started to feel hungover from the morning of drinking I did just hours earlier. Don't be all judgy. My best friend was getting married, so I decided I'd surprise him by showing up and getting wasted with all of his groomsmen while he played it safe. Because he was getting married in the morning. His groommen didn't really give a fuck, though. It was cool. I couldn't stay for the wedding because I had to work on Sunday and the rest of the week. Anyway, flying there was fine. I was with all the guys. We had 2 layovers before getting to California. But on the way back, I was by myself. I thought that the 6-hour flight would be an easier trip. I was arriving home at 4. My girlfriend was picking me up before she went to work. The plane takes off, and 10 minutes into the air, the window seat guy starts huffing and gasping, then just slumps forward. His forehead came to rest on the chair in front of him. If I hadn't heard him struggling, I'd have probably thought he was sleeping. Maybe. It looked like a pretty uncomfortable position to be in. I tap the man, asking if he's all right. He doesn't respond. I tap the button above me. When a flight attendant walks over, I express the concerns I had regarding the man's odd behavior. She also attempts to get his attention a few times before she places her hand on his neck, checking for a pulse. She then quickly leans back up and walks down the aisle straight into the cockpit. A few minutes later, she walks out and points to the back. One of the pilots is standing next to her, leaned out of the doorway looking at my section. They then both return back into the cockpit before the stewardess again walks out and closes the door behind her. She walks out of sight, and I eagerly wait for her to return. When she does, she's with another woman. She has a stethoscope and checks the man by the window. Then she and the other stewardess drape a white sheet over the man. Then I'm told that the pilots have decided not to make an emergency landing. Because the man was dead, there was technically no longer an emergency. Her face sorta does this funny thing as she delivers the next bit of information. Due to the flight being full, they were unable to move the man, and in turn, also unable to move me and the other man, the alive one. She says that when the plane does land, the man seated next to me and myself will be compensated for our patience with the unfortunate circumstances. Then it was suggested I scroll through their movie selection to pass time. I guess I was sort of in shock. I just started going through the movies. I chose Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift. The other man opted for sleeping. I don't know how in the hell he was able to sleep with a dead man sitting 2 seats away, but I guess I'd find out soon. Most of the cabin lights were out in the plane when I turned my light off, but out of the corner of my eye, I swear to God the guy under the sheet moved, like leaned up for a second before drooping back down. My heart started racing. I quickly flipped the light back on. Never felt a sensation like that before. My teeth jittered when I saw the white fabric start raising. The light above me leaves a glare on the screen that I'm trying to watch the movie on, but every time I flip the light off, the sheet starts to twitch and move. I closed my eyes and tried not to look in its direction. Then its leg shakes and bumps mine. It's too much. I jump up without even thinking, waking the man next to me. He looks annoyed. He fixes his eye mask and proceeds to sleep. I look around the plane. Those near our seats seem to be aware of what's happening, whereas the front of the plane seems less involved in what's going on. Either way, none of these people are going to switch seats with me. I reluctantly sit back down. I can't even focus on the movie anyway. Only the man. He's not moving for now. I'm too afraid to even close my eyes. I find myself spiraling internally at the situation at hand. I focus on my small cabin light, staring into it instead of anywhere else on the plane. I don't know how much time passed as I stared and thought about this mess, and suddenly the light flickers, ever so slightly. Never seen that before. Just as suddenly, a woman from in front of me turns around and says, "I'm sorry, what was that? What do you need?" She's making eye contact through the small slit between the seats. I didn't say anything, so I told her, "I didn't say anything, sorry." She stands up, turns around, looks from me to the man sleeping, to the man under the sheet. She's starting to resemble what I'm feeling inside, horrified. She asks if I'm sure, which I am, so I tell her as much. She apologized and slowly took her seat. What was that? I had no idea, but it didn't help me with my feelings of anxiety or dread. I looked over at the dead man, still not moving. That's good. I turned toward the sleeping man, and I closed my eyes. Somehow, someway, I fell asleep. I don't think it lasted very long. In either way, I was awoken abruptly by being met with a horrifying odor. It, along with some newfound sounds, are coming from the dead man. Holy fuck, I think to myself. I'm smelling this guy now. It doesn't take long before I notice that others around me are already reacting to this smell, looking around for the source of the offensive odor. Of course, I knew where it was coming from, and it was inescapable. How was it humanly possible to be in this situation? My mind was bending over and over again, and it continued through the entire flight. I didn't sleep another wink, just sat there, paranoid, looking at the dead man every few moments. I still hadn't turned my cabin light off, so I could see. The man had shifted. Surely just naturally. Natural death stuff. That's what I told myself. It must have been another hour into the flight. I heard this moan or groan, but it sounded very alive. The woman in front of me, she heard it too. I see her turn and make eye contact through the seats. Silently yet collectively, we both hit the button for assistance, anxiously waiting to see a stewardess head in our direction. When she arrives, I ask if she can check the man's pulse. I tell her, we're hearing noises, like he's trying to breathe. Her eyes widen, and she grabs another stewardess, the one with the stethoscope. They reach across me once more, this time removing the sheet. And as morbidly curious as I am, I can't bring myself to look at the man. But the smell, it's enough this time to make me get up. I apologize as I pushed past the group. I'm definitely gonna throw up. I actually managed to make it to the bathroom, but I lose whatever contents I had once I get there. Mainly leftover alcohol. It's horrible, but it doesn't compare to what I've experienced thus far. I, a full-grown man, wanted to cry at the idea of going back to sitting next to a dead man. But the door, it won't open. Why the fuck won't it open? This entire flight is turning into a flight of firsts for me. I start shaking the door, switching the lock back and forth, anything I can. I think to myself, am I seriously gonna have to press the help button? I keep trying the door, and as I'm pushing, doing nothing special, it just opens, almost hitting the flight attendant who had made it to the other side of the door. She looked a little confused, but God, if only she knew how fucking confused I was. She's asking me if I'm okay. I don't even know what to say, so I give her an answer by shaking my head and walking back to my seat. But I turn around to ask the woman, was he alive? But her wince tells me no, and then she confirms it with a verbal no. Great. The last 2 hours of the flight, much like the first 4, were hell. My free vouchers or flying miles didn't seem worth this experience at all. Would I ever even get on another plane? I thought to myself. Approaching our aisle, I wanted to just go live in the bathroom, but I sucked it up and took my seat. The woman in front, she turns around again. Psst. Hey, they said the man doesn't have a pulse, that he's really dead. I wait, expecting her to tell me more. She doesn't, so I share that I'm aware. She scoffs as though we're on the outside of some joke, and she says, but you heard him too, right? Like you heard him talking, and the moaning, like, please tell me you heard that too. The thing is, I'd heard some of it. Worst of all, I'd felt several of these post-mortem. But speaking, no, I hadn't heard that. I didn't know what to say. Should I lie and spare this woman's sanity? Do I tell the truth, potentially sending her into some sort of, psychosis? My brain truly couldn't handle much more. For all I knew, this lady was nuts. Something told me, though, that she wasn't. I just told her, I've definitely been hearing things over here. This is all just very disturbing. She nods in agreement, exchanges a half-hearted smile before turning back around. What the fuck? Never been so happy to land. I've had turbulence. I've had actual emergency landings before, but this was my first time experiencing death on a flight. And I gotta say, hands down the worst. I imagine the plane literally crashing is the only thing that could surpass this situation. Leaving that airport, I was replaying everything in my head, and again out loud to my girlfriend. And it's like, was the woman crazy? Or is it even remotely possible that somehow she was hearing this man's ghost speaking to her? I don't really mess with that stuff, but apparently my girlfriend thinks it's literally possible. She also thought that being able to fly anywhere was pretty great, despite everything I'd just told her. But truly, I haven't been very eager to fly again.
My family consists of me, my parents, and 2 sisters. We used to live in a very large house with 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms. It was built in the 90s, and it had 3 exterior balconies, along with 1 interior balcony overlooking the living room and kitchen. We moved in during my 5th grade year, and we didn't move out until I was 25. It all started when we were still in the process of buying the house. The owner stayed calm, but Mom could tell that something was off. In one of their conversations, he blamed his upcoming divorce as the reason that he was so eager to sell. What seemed off was that he also said weird things happened in the house, and that its previous owner had said the same thing. Some examples he gave were that every owner before him had coincidentally gotten a divorce, and some heard whispers and banging when home alone. Mom thought it was a coincidence. She was determined to buy the house. Then things began to happen as soon as we moved in. My sisters don't talk about it very much, but on rare occasions, they'd feel a touch or hear someone whisper their name. They would mostly ignore it, and their encounters lessened over the years. It still messed with them, just not to a large degree. My dad didn't believe in any of it. He would even tease my mom and I about our experiences. He simply ignored any strange incidents, but by the time we moved out, he started to believe we might have been right. Mom and I got it the worst. She heard whispering, footsteps, and on rare occasions, she would hear one of us calling her name. Except it was actually an old woman calling to her. Sometimes she asked if anyone was there, and the whispers would come to an immediate stop. Occasionally, they would start back up again, only to continue going out intermediately. Without sharing too many personal details, my parents' marriage became really strenuous. It's getting better now, but while we lived there, it only got worse and worse. They were genuinely considering a divorce. I would hear footsteps on the stairs and someone rummaging through the kitchen cabinets, especially through the silverware. I'd also hear my family calling my name, usually one of my parents. And each time, I'd run downstairs to see what they wanted, only to be told that no one called for me. Sometimes, it would happen when I was completely alone in the house. I also heard whispering a few times, but when I said hello, it always stopped. Looking back, that was probably a stupid thing to do, but I genuinely thought it was an actual person at the time. And that's how I became its favorite target. If I told Dad, he'd just joke about it, and my sisters would hardly talk about it at all. My mom was the only one that believed me. It became most active when no one was home, so I tried to ignore it by playing video games or listening to loud music. But that only made it more active. By the last few years, the footsteps were louder, and there were more whispers overall. My parents once called for me. They were upset when I didn't respond. I thought that it was more fake whispers, so I just said I didn't hear them. What was I supposed to say? That the ghost confused me? We started renting the house out, moved into another. Occasionally, we'd have to move back in, and the activity would just get worse. Dad finally started to question if it was real when he heard me call his name twice. I was home for one, but not the other. When he asked if I called him, I said no. He believed me, but he was genuinely confused. I could tell he was a little freaked out. The neighborhood went progressively downhill during our time there as well. It used to be nice, but more and more thugs began robbing our neighborhood. Our home was robbed twice before we finally installed security cameras. Dad also ordered a new home defense gun, taught us about gun safety before it arrived. I guess something hurt us talking about it, because 2 days later, while I was home alone playing video games, the double doors to the patio began rattling violently. It was literally echoing throughout the house, all the way to my bedroom. My bedroom was upstairs. My door was closed. My TV volume was up high. Yet I still heard this, loud and clear. I started freaking out and hid under the bed while I called the cops. It took the police 30 minutes to get there, and during that time, I was talking to the 911 operator. She kept me calm, but those doorknobs were still rattling until an officer arrived, and then they suddenly stopped. I ran out as fast as lightning. We checked the cameras, but they showed nothing. My parents were relieved for my safety, and I think this is when my dad truly began questioning things. First, he knows I wouldn't lie about something like this, or call the cops for no reason. Plus, even if I wanted to, I'm a terrible liar. Last week, we finally moved out for the last time. Now that house has sold to someone else. I feel depressed, like I don't want to leave. It's like I have a weird attachment that I can't explain. I even had a few arguments with my mom about leaving. I don't care about the house anymore, but through the last week, it was like something came over me. The activity was worse than it had ever been. Aside from the usual stuff, doors began opening and closing. On the second to last day, while I was loading a box into the SUV, I heard an old woman say, "Don't leave." I thought someone had snuck up behind me, so I ran back inside. That was the only time I ever heard the old woman. It knew this was the last time that we were leaving, and it wasn't happy. Every house we've lived in before or since has had zero activity. To this day, I question a lot of things about that house, but I never want to see it again. I have no idea what was in there, so I wonder if any of you might know what it could be.
This happened the summer I turned 12. It was one of those sticky southern nights where the air feels literally thick, like syrup in your lungs. My cousin Caleb and I were spending the week at our grandma's farm. This was in Georgia. Our parents were taking a grown-up trip to Savannah. Her farm was old, real old. Half the house leaned. The floorboards complained when you walked. There was a barn out back that nobody used anymore. Not since Grandpa died. Grandma said the roof leaked and the floor was half rotted. But we were kids, so obviously we weren't supposed to go near it. Which meant, of course, we went straight there. The first few days were harmless. We'd sneak out after dark, armed with flashlights and a jar. Run around catching fireflies in the fields. They were everywhere, floating slow through the tall grass, blinking like soft Morse code. It felt kind of magical. Caleb said they were fairies, and I didn't correct him. Then, one night, we chased a whole group of them right to the barn. The door was partly open, even though it had been shut earlier. I remember that. It creaked when the wind hit it, just enough to make it feel like the barn was actually breathing. I told Caleb we shouldn't go in. He told me to stop being a baby. Inside it smelled like mold and wood rot and something faintly sweet like dried tobacco. Moonlight cut through holes in the roof, casting pale lines across the dusty floor. And there were fireflies, so many fireflies, floating in a tight cluster in the center of the room. But they weren't flying right. They weren't moving like bugs. They were blinking in patterns. On, off, pause. On, off, pause. All at once? No way. Caleb whispered, "I think they're spelling something." I laughed, but it came out weird, nervous. Like what? He didn't answer right away. He just stared at them, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, and then he said, in this quiet voice that I've never heard him use before, "Don't go to sleep tonight." I shoved his arm. "Quit messing around." He didn't move. He just pointed at the fireflies. "It's what they're saying. Look." I watched. Blink, blink, pause. Blink, blink. It did look like a pattern, like something trying to be understood. But I didn't understand it. And then they all blinked off at once. Every single one of them. And the barn went black. And in that pitch-dark silence, I swear to God, I heard someone breathing just a few feet away. Not Caleb. Closer to the ground. Like someone lying there. We ran, tripped over each other getting out. We didn't stop until we were inside the house and the doors were locked, lights on. We didn't tell Grandma. We didn't talk about it until the next day. And that night, we stayed up. Because every time Caleb started nodding off, he'd jerk awake, like someone had whispered something in his ear. In the morning, when we looked out the kitchen window toward the barn, you could see that it was shut again, tight, padlocked. Neither of us had touched it, but there were dead fireflies on the porch, tons of them, arranged in lines. Last summer, my wife and I bought a small fixer-upper in northern Michigan near the lake. Nothing fancy, just a cheap vacation place that we could work on over time. It had been sitting vacant for a while, but the bones were good. Plus, my wife loved the idea of giving the house new life. It came with creaky floors, warped doors, and a whole lot of 70s wallpaper. Our daughter Ellie was 5 at the time. The type of kid who never stops asking questions and carried her stuffed rabbit around with her like a second soul. She'd named it Mr. Tumbles. That'll matter later. We started renovations almost right away. The biggest issue was under the house, the crawl space. The inspector said that it had been sealed up for decades, possibly since the original owner had passed. We had to access it through a small trap door in the hall closet, which was nailed shut, covered with old linoleum. Out of sight, out of mind, until my wife said that she kept hearing noises from that part of the house at night. Not animal noises. She described it as whispering. I figured maybe it was pipes or some weird acoustics. We'd had raccoons in our attic back home, so I figured it was something like that. Still, I eventually pulled the nails and opened it up. The crawl space was about 3 feet high, packed with dirt, and darker than hell. It smelled old, dry but sour, like something had rotted and been forgotten. There were handprints on the inside of the trap door, small ones, not from me. I didn't say anything to my wife. I just shut it, resealed it, and moved on. Probably raccoon paws, I told myself. Smudges, whatever. A couple days later, Ellie started saying things like, "Why is there a man under the floor?" Or, "Mr. Tumbles says the voice is getting louder." Kids are weird, imaginative. I didn't think much of it at first. But then I heard it. It was around 2 a.m. My wife was asleep, Ellie too. I went to the kitchen to grab water and I heard something through the floor vent near the hallway. A voice, soft, raspy, just under the edge of hearing. It sounded like someone saying the same thing over and over. "Come back, come back, come back." I stood there for what felt like 5 whole minutes, listening but not moving. And then it stopped. I checked Ellie's room. She was asleep, rabbit tucked under her chin. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I tried gently asking Ellie about the things that she'd been hearing. She just looked at me and said, "He told me your name last night." I asked who. "The man from the crawl space." And that was it. We packed our things the same day, and we haven't been back. But a few weeks ago, I got curious. I dug through old property records online, trying to figure out who lived there before us. And there was a man listed, Norman Thomas, a contractor who built the house in the early 60s. The weird thing is, he disappeared in 1961. His body was never found. The file said that his last known address was the same one we bought, and that he had a daughter named Ellie. This happened a few summers ago while my family was up at Lake Menominee. It's a small, quiet lake on the border of Michigan and Wisconsin. My wife's family rents a cabin up there every July. A whole week of paddle boats, sunscreen, and arguing about who forgot the graham crackers for s'mores. We'd been going for a few years, but this was the first time we brought our kids. Our youngest had just turned 5, and our oldest, Nora, was 7. The cabin was about 200 feet from the water. You could see the lake right from the porch. It was calm, almost too calm. No boats or jet skis, just stillness and the occasional loon call. The second night we were there, something weird did happen. It was around 8 p.m. The sun had dropped low, casting that gold shimmer across the lake. I was grilling burgers while the kids played near the dock. My wife was inside getting drinks, and her sister was taking photos with her Polaroid. And that's when Nora said, "Daddy, who's that girl out there?" I looked up, expecting to see another family on the water, but there wasn't a boat. Just a small figure, just way out near the center of the lake, floating. She was wearing a life jacket, faded orange or yellow, hard to tell in that distance. Long, dark hair, face turned slightly toward the shore, but not moving, not waving. I squinted. "Where are her parents?" I asked, mostly to myself. My wife's sister raised her camera but paused. "I don't see anyone." My wife came out with the drinks, asked what we were all looking at, and I pointed. The kid out on the water. She looked and frowned. Where? I blinked. The girl was still there. You seriously don't see her? I asked. Nora tugged on my arm. She's turning, she whispered. She was right. The girl's body had slowly rotated, so now her face was directly facing us. Too hard to make out, but something about the shape of her head, the way it tilted, unnaturally. I started down the dock. Hey, I yelled. Are you okay? No reaction. I turned to look at my wife, and then she gasped. Oh my God, I see her. Should we call someone? I turned to respond, but when I looked back, the girl was gone. Even though I couldn't see her anymore, I swam out while my wife called the ranger station. 2 of them showed up an hour later, long after I'd already searched the water and confirmed, no girl. They launched a boat, swept the lake with spotlights. My wife and I gave statements. The ranger asked if we were sure what we saw. My daughter said, she waved at me, but only once. The ranger hesitated and then asked, did she have a patch on the front of her vest? Looked like a sun. I said, I don't know. My wife shook her head. Nora nodded. The ranger just looked at his partner, then cleared his throat and said something about checking the public launch. Maybe someone was tubing without a spotter. He was calm, too calm, like he'd said all of that before. They found nothing, no girl, no gear, no boats missing, and no reports. That was 3 years ago. I can't help but think about it every time we go back. Nora does too, but she seems to find it more endearing than I do. This happened about 5 years ago, and to this day, I still can't look at deep water the same. I was kayaking solo on a glacial-fed river in Montana. Stupid in hindsight, but the current was moving faster than I expected. I'd done the stretch before. I figured I could handle it. Somewhere around the third bend, I hit a submerged log. It's one that was sitting just beneath the surface. No warning, no splash, just boom. The kayak instantly flipped. I remember the freezing shock of the water. It hit me first, like knives in my lungs. And then the world went dark. I was trapped, upside down. I was pinned under the damn thing. My paddle was gone. One arm stuck between the cockpit rim and my body, the other flailing. I had maybe 5 inches of air trapped inside with me, just enough to panic in. I was thrashing harder than I ever have, but the current was pressing the boat down. I wasn't just flipped. It was wedged against the log underwater, and I was still in it. I don't know how long I was under, maybe 30, 90 seconds, long enough for my brain to scream every terrible thing it could come up with. That I was going to drown, that no one would find me until I floated downstream, that my parents would never know what happened. The cold started making its way in, and I could feel my fingers going numb. That scared me more than anything, because when your hands stop working, you just stop fighting. And then, a miracle. The current shifted just slightly, a tug, like someone pulling my foot. Literally, someone was pulling me out of the kayak. I felt myself reach fresh air and took a breath. I flipped the kayak back over, held on for dear life, and looked to thank my savior. No one was there. I don't know how. I replayed it 1,000 times. I still don't understand how I got out. I surfaced maybe 20 feet downstream, I was coughing up water, shaking. I couldn't really swim anymore. I just sort of floated there, just holding on until I could drag myself out. I got lucky, really lucky. Mild hypothermia, a bruised rib, lost a lot of my gear, but I lived. Now I don't ever go out alone. I use a dry suit and cold water. I strap a knife to my chest. I respect the hell out of rivers because they can silence you.
In Pasadena, California, there's a bridge that's been the site of nearly 200 suicides over the past 100 years. During the week of Halloween, me and my girlfriend decided to go to the haunted or creepy places in LA County. We'd heard of the bridge and decided to go. At 1 a.m., we took a 20-minute drive there. When we got there, we drove slowly just to admire the bridge and take it all in. As we drove towards the middle, we got a heavy, sinking feeling in our stomachs and our heads. It felt like someone was physically crushing us all over. I physically felt stuck and out of nowhere, really sad. She freaked out, and we both agreed to get the hell out of there. But the car accelerator failed for that moment. I could feel myself get cold all over, and then it worked again. We hit a U-turn and got out. Since then, and for the past few days, I've been feeling depressed. I've had other experiences with physically seeing figures, but I've never felt such a feeling as that, ever in my life. We avoid this street at all costs now, and we took a deep dive into the history of the people that took their lives there. Such a sad feeling it left me with. The Bothell Hell House, Poltergeist, and the Disappearing Cross. I'll always remember the events of this day. It was the weekend that Captain America, the Winter Soldier, came out in the United States. April 2014. A month before the movie came out, my cousin flew in from Dallas, Texas, and stayed with me and my girlfriend up near Seattle, Washington, a small town called Bothell. My cousin had been aware of our ghost, so to speak, meaning she knew just enough to still want to come. To be safe, she brought a cross with her, a gift for me and my girlfriend, hoping that the cross would protect us. Written on it were the chapters Joshua 1:9, Phil 4:13, Psalm 28:7, and Matthew 19:26. Each verse spoke about maintaining one's strength, one's faith during troubling times. My girlfriend and I had been having strong poltergeist-like activity, so reading something like this was extremely helpful. When my cousin arrived, she handed me the cross. We prayed over it and placed it over our bed. That's where my cousin said it would protect us. Keep it above your bed, in your bedroom. A month later, the cross went missing. Understand, missing objects, religious objects specifically, is not a new phenomenon in our house. Things get taken all the time. Sometimes they return, sometimes they don't. The items that do return are never found in their original spot. This cross would be no exception. The question my girlfriend and I ask ourselves when an item such as this goes missing is, what the heck is going on? I mean, we're talking about a sizable cross here. 6 inches long, 4 inches wide. It's not something you just misplace. How could we? We had nailed it above our bed, on the wall, and now it's gone. No use looking for it. Only 2 people are living in the house.
my girlfriend and I. Fast forward to the premiere of the Captain America movie. It's Saturday morning. The cross has been missing for over a week now. I began doing my laundry early that day, earlier than usual. I figured it's best to get my chores done if I'm to go out to a movie later. I'm excited. I'm going to see the Marvel movie with one of my best friends. Let me get this laundry done ASAP. I began my first load of laundry, colored clothing. My girlfriend Tina, she's walking around the house doing her own thing. I decided to go to my office and watch TV, wait for my clothes to wash. About an hour later, I noticed something peculiar. My first load of clothing was still washing. Now, I know there are long wash cycles, but this was weird. My brain knows how long it takes for my clothes to wash. I'm pretty sure I didn't set the washing machine to the long cycle. It's taking especially long this time, and that's unusual. I glanced toward the washroom, hoping to hear the beep. You know, the noise the washing machine makes when it's done. So I glance at the washroom and I look at the clock on my computer. I think to myself, what's taking my clothes so long to wash? A few minutes later, I hear this knocking sound. You know, the sound the washing machine or the dryer makes when something big is inside, like a shoe or something. The noise I'm hearing is coming from the washing machine. Once again, I glance up from my PC and look at the washroom. What could be making that noise, I wonder? At this point, the wash cycle had been running for nearly an hour, far too long for what I put inside. Normally, I would get up and see what the commotion was about. I didn't this time. I just kept watching TV. Finally, the washing machine beeps, informing me that the load was complete. Time to remove the clothing. I'm passive as passive can be. No hurry whatsoever as I was pulling out my clothes and tossing them into the dryer. I immediately grab hold of something solid. Not clothing, not shoes, not anything except a metallic wooden cross. I didn't know what it was until I pulled it out of the washing machine. And then there, in my hand, in two pieces, is the cross my cousin gave me. Now some might say, well, maybe the cross was in there to begin with. Not so. As I mentioned prior, it would have been heard early on. The thumping noise, I mean. The knocking noise. I heard it, and it began 15 minutes before the washing was complete. Secondly, the washing machine was empty when I used it. Some might say, maybe you accidentally put the cross in the washing machine when you loaded it with clothes. Wrong again. I sorted my clothing carefully, meaning items went into the machine almost one at a time. A cross this size was not going to be grabbed by mistake. Even if it was, I would have heard the bumping noise way sooner than I did. Maybe your girlfriend put it in by mistake. No, my girlfriend was nowhere near the washing machine that day, and I never left my office. The washroom sits right outside my office. She wouldn't stop my wash load regardless. I do my laundry, she does hers. It's important I get those particulars out of the way for fear of people gravitating towards the obvious explanation, and that's understandable. But now, allow me to paint the picture as near perfect as possible, because it hasn't even begun to get weird yet. But in my hand is the cross my cousin gave me. It took a sort of beating in the washing machine. It's broken up now. I then call my girlfriend to the room. We both examine the cross, top to bottom. Here it is again, after being gone for about a week. This cross would disappear and get thrown a few more times before finally being left alone. When I was 18, I went on my first trip alone to Seattle from Montana. I was alone with my dog, and it was a pretty normal trip overall, except we were driving late at night. I was listening to the BBC talk show on AM, and they were talking about some subject I don't remember, but it was spooky, and the radio was super staticky. We were in an area of I-90 that doesn't have much signal and is pretty much just 100% empty and quiet before the pass. I suddenly got really tired, and my radio wasn't working, so I decided to pull off to sleep. I decided to pull off on a deserted exit with no service before Cleellum. I believe it was called 6 Mile Road or something like that. Anyway, it was extremely dark. I couldn't see anything to my sides or in front of me. There was fog on the road, swirling around just in front of my headlights. There was absolutely nothing around me for a mile, and the road didn't veer off anywhere. After a bit of driving, I pulled up to this huge white-gray warehouse with no windows. There were several white vans and black cars parked around. They looked very expensive for being in the middle of nowhere. The warehouse was locked by a huge barbed wire fence. I backed up my car a bit and decided to park by the trees since it didn't appear that anyone was around. Everything was still dark and silent. There was no wind, except for a slight breeze carrying the fog around the cement. I turned my car off completely and wrapped myself up in my blanket. I locked all the doors. I was laying there, trying to sleep, and looking at the time on my phone. It was past 2 a.m. That same moment, my car started to physically shake. My dog started whining and hid behind the passenger seat, obviously distressed. I looked outside my window, but everything was pitch black without my headlights. I couldn't see anything, but my car was shaking back and forth, side to side, like something was grabbing it. I turned it on, freaking out, and backed up. There was still nothing around me, except for the strange facility. There were no animals, no people. My car stopped shaking as soon as I backed up. I had this horrible feeling of dread, that I was being watched for sure, and that I wasn't supposed to be there. I left the area as fast as I could. When I got back to the road, I noticed that my car's time now said 4:30 a.m., and I had a fourth of tank less gas. It was already getting light out. I don't remember going anywhere, and my phone's time matched the car's. There's only 1 hour of time difference between Montana and Washington, so it wasn't that. I still, to this day, don't know what happened there. I tried looking up the area with my ex on Google Maps a year ago, and I found a weird government facility near Cleellum with a weird name that may have been the warehouse I went to. I'll have to try to find it again. It definitely feels like something I shouldn't have seen.
At my mom's house, my room was in the basement, and the only way to get into the furnace room was through my room. The way my bed was set up, I was on the side that I could see directly into the furnace room, because there was no door separating my room from the furnace room. So one night when I was lying in bed, I saw a cat walk out of the furnace room, kind of look around my room, and after I blinked, it was gone. So after that, I talked to one of my friends whose family was friends with the people we bought the house from, and she told me that their cat actually died in the house. I'm not sure if it died in my room or not, though. Another time, I was suffering from an ear infection, but my mom would never believe me when I told her that I was having problems. She always thought I was doing it for attention or being dramatic. So again, I was lying in bed, not being able to do anything because of the pain, and there is a possibility I was hallucinating from the pain. But I saw a man standing in my doorway. He was around average height, but he was built, and he had wide shoulders. I was watching him for around 10 seconds when I heard a deep man's voice ask me if I was okay. I didn't feel scared. It almost lessened the pain, and I fell asleep. Around a day or two later, my mom told me that she woke up to a man standing at the foot of her bed, and she felt him tapping her foot. She told the man to go away, and after she said that, she felt like she was being pushed into the bed. When she was describing the man, it matched exactly what I saw. One night when I was in bed, I was looking at the laundry room, which was open, and I saw a woman walk in wearing a white dress. I remember her being pretty and not creepy at all. So I walked into the laundry room and it was empty. So I went upstairs in the living room because my stepdad was still awake watching TV. So I told him what happened. He said he saw the same woman walk downstairs. One time when I was home alone, I was sitting on the couch watching TV. It was a couple of days after my brother's birthday, so he had one of those helium balloons in his room upstairs. So I was watching TV when I see the balloon floating down the stairs. It stops right in front of me, like something was trying to play with me. At first, I thought it could have been an open window, but I realized all the windows were closed. And it had to have left his room, floated down the stairs, and turned towards me, and then stop, which kind of freaked me out. So I told my parents, but they laughed at me for getting freaked out by a balloon. But a couple of days later, the same thing happened to them. But the weird part was, they were sitting in different seats than I was. So I don't think it was a draft or anything. The last story freaked me out the most, but could have also been my imagination. I'm not sure. So one night I was in bed. My stepdad had built a wall to cover the furnace room doorway that was in my room, and then made a doorway outside my room in the hallway, so it was easier to get in. As I'm lying there, I can see a shape of a person peeking into my room and then quickly ducking back into the furnace room. I watched whatever it was do that for around 10 minutes. But the weird part, it was really dark in my room, but whatever it was darker than that darkness, if that makes sense. I only saw that thing one time, so I don't know if it was me imagining it or not.
This was one of the strangest investigations of my career as a paranormal investigator. I was contacted by a middle-aged couple regarding problems with a car overriding the operator's driving commands. The car was recently given to their son by the parents of a deceased teen. The deceased person was actually their son's best friend, who was killed in a vehicle accident when the two had exchanged cars for the night. Their son had had a new Jeep Cherokee that his friend wanted to use to go on a date. While on said date, the friend was involved in an accident with a drunk driver and perished. The deceased boy's parents signed over the title of his Toyota pickup, both as a general gift and to replace his vehicle that was totaled in the wreck. I investigated the car with the help of a Toyota mechanic. He checked all systems, including the computer, braking, engine, and all sensors. Nothing was found. I drove the truck for 2 days on my normal daily routine with my DVR, EMF reader, camcorder, and dash cam running. No evidence collected. I returned the vehicle with my findings that I did not believe the vehicle was haunted. 6 weeks later, I was contacted again by the couple. The father was using the truck when suddenly the vehicle made an abrupt right turn, locked up the brakes, and went into a ditch. At the same time, a car driven by a drunk driver entered the road from a side street without stopping and proceeded to slam into a tree. All of this was witnessed by a sheriff who just so happened to be nearby running radar. The drunk driver sustained minor injuries, and the father was unhurt. I was provided with the sheriff's number and asked to call him. When I called and told him what I was calling in reference to, he was happy to share not only a reading of the report he filed, but information that he said he could not include in the report. His report stated that while conducting normal duties, he witnessed a Mustang run a stop sign at speed and turn into the road, fishtailing, tires squealing. Almost immediately, it left the road and slammed head-on into a tree at approximately 45 miles per hour. He checked the accident victim and found him unconscious with minor trauma to the forehead. There was an open bottle of vodka spilling on the passenger seat. Then, the sheriff's statement not included in the report. I was parked facing an oncoming pickup truck when I witnessed its brakes lock up and make a sharp right turn into the ditch. My initial thought was that it was a stolen vehicle. The driver panicked when he saw me. Before I could react, the Mustang entered from a side road about 55 feet in front of me and turned towards the pickup, which had entered the ditch about 200 feet before it would have reached the side road. The driver of the pickup could not have seen the Mustang's approach due to trees and brush obscuring his line of sight. If he had not turned into that ditch, there would have been an unavoidable impact between the two vehicles. How he knew to react the way he did is beyond me. The driver's statement to me was that he did not perform the action. The truck did it by itself. The security company I worked for had a contract with a construction company as they renovated the cafeteria of a high school. We set up a little shack on the property, then connected a bunch of cameras in strategic positions all around the building that would feed back to the shack. Then, every hour, I'd walk the premises with my flashlight. It was a pretty good gig. The high school was out in the suburbs and in a nice neighborhood. I think it was a private school. There was a lot of money sunk into the architecture of this building, and there was a family of deer that would eat bread if I threw it to them. I bought 1 million loaves at the gas station and probably overfed those deer while I was there, but you gotta entertain yourself somehow. Because it was such a nice neighborhood, my boss only assigned 1 guard per shift, and usually this was great. I'd use the time to read or play my Game Boy, but the last week I was there, an incident happened that really freaked me out. I'd been out walking, making my rounds. It's a hot summer night, and I'm waiting for my deer friends to arrive. I stood there with my loaf of bread in hand, tossing slices like a frisbee into the field, when one of the alarms starts ringing. I didn't have to check the security cameras to see where the disturbance had come from, because when I turned to start going towards the shack, I saw that one of the library windows had been opened all the way. The windows on this library are big, and they move like a garage door. I shine my flashlight towards the window and catch someone halfway hiding behind the curtains. Their legs up to their shins were completely visible. They were wearing black pants and were barefoot. When the light hits the long white curtains that partially concealed him, he took off running into the dark library. My adrenaline spikes and my hands start shaking. This is my first real pursuit. I trained in kickboxing and could run marathons back in those days. I wasn't afraid that I couldn't catch him. I was afraid that he'd have a weapon on him when I did. All I could do was chase after him, screaming at him to stop and that I'm permitted to use the gun that I've been issued to deal with trespassers. I was bluffing on the gun part, where permitted pepper spray, handcuffs, and a baton. I'm forced to abandon the loaf of bread and grab the extendable metal beating stick from my belt while holding my flashlight with the other. Then I run through the curtains into the library. Exit signs are the only source of light besides what I have. There's too many places to hide in a library. I listened for running feet, but the library was silent.
He couldn't have run so far out of ear's range that fast. The walls and floors just beyond the library are made of large granite stone and bricks. I should have been able to hear what direction he was running with how he bolted. Thinking that he's most likely hiding behind one of the many bookshelves, I cautiously work my way up to the front of the library and flick on the lights. But the electricity is turned off due to construction. I pan my flashlight across the library, left and right, and I see him again. This time he's standing behind a shelf that reaches chest level. He ducks down and knocks a few books onto the ground. He's too fast for me to get a description of what he looked like besides an eerie, pale white face, with what I thought was a black sleep mask covering his eyes. When I get to the row of shelves, he's no longer behind them. He's crawled a few rows down. My flashlight spots his legs crawling behind them, and I rush after. But somehow, in the brief moment, my light isn't on him. When I go around the books, he's gone. My arm hair stands on end, and it's hard to control my breathing. It feels like I'm going to hyperventilate. Then the gears holding the window in place start to click faster and faster, and the whole thing comes crashing down with a boom that shakes the floor. The glass shatters into pieces on the floor. Instantly after the crash, I heard bare feet running through the commons behind me. As the footsteps echoed away, I ran the opposite direction, back through the window, and straight to the shack. None of our cameras were inside the school, so I switched back and forth between the perimeter cams, looking for the guy, but nothing turned up. I spent the next hour dreading having to go out again. The alarm is still ringing in the distance, and I start to think it's not hooked up to anything because nobody's shown up to inspect it. None of my bosses are answering their phones. The best thing I can think to do is go take pictures of the broken window. When I return to the library, the bent metal window frame is once again in a locked position, wide open. Seeing this breaks my last nerve of courage, and I run back to the shack and lock myself in until I'm relieved of my position. When my coworker arrives around 2:50, I see his car headlights pull into the property. I have the door open and ready for him to come in. The company belt's sitting on the desk, waiting to be strapped on by the next protector of this construction site. When I walk outside, the alarm is no longer ringing, and I leave without telling him about the library. All day I'm expecting to get a call where I have to explain what happened to their big expensive window. But the day goes by and nobody calls. Another goes by and no phone calls. I'm supposed to return for another shift the next night. I'm obviously anxious getting there, terrified by any sound I'd hear outside the shack. I skipped my first couple of scheduled walks, but willed myself to get out there at least once. My legs were hurting from sitting and I needed a stretch anyway. I gather my things and remember to take the camera. Maybe it hasn't been seen yet. I didn't know how thorough the other security guards are on their walks, though I couldn't believe anyone would have missed it. I walk through the grass instead of the concrete walkway in hopes to mute my footsteps from I don't know who. I'm disappointed when I don't see the deer in the field, but I notice the loaf of bread I dropped is gone. Around the corner, I lift the camera up to my eye. The garage-style windows closed this time. Then I put the camera down again. The window in front of me was now fixed. My astonishment led me to walk up to the glass and knock on it. It wasn't my imagination. What I was looking at was real. A window of its size and specifics. It couldn't have been ordered and replaced in 2 days. What could this mean? I really don't know. My grandmother had dementia. Could it be possible I had an episode at 40? I wasn't contacted about it either, and a discovery like that would have definitely warranted some sort of check-in. I got on the computer and pulled up the alarms program. It keeps an automatic record of its activations. But it didn't have any inputs from that night. I got real close to the glass, peered in with my flashlight. The library was exactly how I remembered it being. The scene played out in my head like a movie. I could almost watch it playing out in front of me. All the way up until my flashlight moves over to where the man had ducked behind the shelves, and I saw that the books were lying on the floor from where they'd fallen previously. A foreboding energy filled my body, and I stepped away from the window. The rest of the night and that week, I didn't go to that side of the school. I'd make a C shape around that property, pretending that that corner didn't exist until we were done. I had a serious car accident in Dallas, struck from behind on the I-635 North and the I-35 West split. The car in front of me came to a dead stop, while the traffic was 8 lanes full of cars doing 75 miles an hour. 4 lanes split off to the left, 4 lanes to the right. I was in the left lane of the one splitting to the right, and obviously the car in front of me had veered and the driver decided to stop, back up, and go left instead of right. Slammed on my brakes, and I swerved to the left to the guardrail. That ends there. I think in that moment I'm going to die. I breathe a sense of relief when the car stopped, before going over the ledge and without hitting the stupid car in front of me, which had since moved on. The next thing, I was waking up from unconsciousness, and my entire car was destroyed. My head was turning, looking straight up at the roof, which was crinkled. I thought, oh my God, I've damaged my mother's car, as if I were a teenager, and passed out. It was not my mother's car. I was over 30, on my way to work in North Dallas. My mother works in Arlington. I woke up repeatedly, seeing the same crinkled roof above me and screaming crazy things like, "Where's Nicole? Where's my baby girl?" One time I woke up and a woman had gotten into my car. She was sitting in the passenger seat, and she held my hand. She soothingly told me that everything would be all right. I felt such warmth from her. I passed out, and I woke up and I saw her, felt her, holding my hand a few times. I remember her so vividly. So finally, one time when I woke up, I was in an ambulance. It had 2 beds. I asked the man in the bed across from me what happened. He said that he was behind me in an old Dodge Ram van, and after I swerved, he saw the stopped car and swerved too, but he didn't brake fast enough, and he had hit me and crushed my car. He was shocked, he said. "I can't believe you're alive." I asked, "Where's that lady? I really want to thank her." He replied, "What lady?" "The one who got into my car and sat with me. She held my hand, told me everything was okay, told me my daughter, Nicole, was not with me, that she was at school. She said Nicole's name. She said..." He interrupted. "Lady, nobody got in your car. Believe me. I was shocked when they pulled you out." When I went to see my car at the tow service yard that had removed it, it had been squished like a ball of aluminum between the van and the curved guardrail. It was an Acura, and the only place that was not squished up was where I was sitting. There was no passenger seat. It looked like somebody had cupped a huge hand over me and protected me. I don't know if she was a ghost, an angel, or my imagination, but she felt and sounded real and acted and made me feel like she knew me. I'm grateful. I investigate the paranormal, and I was contacted by a lady who swore her cat was possessed. I was incredibly skeptical but very curious. Apparently, the cat would suddenly start screaming and do this crazy slow-motion walk while tilting its head at weird angles. If she tried to approach it while this was happening, it would try to scratch her. After having one of these spells, it would hide but not relax. Its tail would swing wildly. It would growl for up to an hour.
As strange as this sounded, I spoke to a colleague who's very sensitive to the paranormal, and she insisted we had to investigate. We got to the residence at 4:30 p.m., took a tour of the house before meeting the cat. It was a standard 3-bedroom, 2-bath, ranch-style home, and we found nothing creepy about it. The cat was cool, very affectionate, and really took to my colleague. They spent a couple of hours alone together while I took care of some paperwork and formalities with the lady. She invited us to investigate the home that night while she was out. She had a date and would work the night shift at the hospital right after. She left for her date at 7:30. We began our formal investigation. We moved from room to room, asking questions in hopes of catching an EVP or a knock in response, but there was no activity until 11:30, when the cat started screaming in the master bedroom. Upon entering the room, my partner stopped me and motioned for me to stay quiet, but it was hard with all the screaming. It made my hair stand on end. As we listened, a shadow began to form in the corner of the room, and there was a whisper coming from there. Our DVRs didn't pick it up, and we couldn't understand what it said, but the cat was irate. It was scared and ready to fight. Everything was exactly as the lady described. My partner very calmly told the shadow that it was scaring the cat, but she didn't think it was on purpose. Then she promised that we would help it if it went into the next bedroom. We entered the smaller bedroom and sat on the bed quietly, waiting to see what happened. A few moments later, my partner grabbed me, pointed at the connected bathroom door. I clearly saw a featureless humanoid shape, but it was blacker than the surrounding darkness. My teammate and I worked together many times, and we had a routine for situations like this. I told the entity that everything was okay, that the cat was calm, and we wanted to help. It slowly moved through the doorway and slightly into the room. That's when we heard the word kitty through the DVR. I always use an earpiece when recording so I can hear what's being said in real time. I asked if it was trying to pet the kitty, and it stretched its arm towards the master bedroom. I asked if it wanted to hurt the kitty, and there was an almost immediate sigh or whimper. I repeated the question and stated that I needed an answer before we could help. A minute later, my partner sensed that it only wanted to pet the cat. She also sensed that this was the spirit of an adolescent male who may have had a developmental issue in life. While we spoke, the entity seemed to slightly sway back and forth, but he didn't go anywhere. He seemed like he was listening to our conversation. I explained that he had scared the cat, and if he wanted to pet it, he would have to make friends with it first. I suggested that he try just sitting still and speaking to the cat so it could learn that he didn't want to hurt it. Then the cat would eventually come to him. A moment later, the cat appeared in the hall doorway and calmly sat down. No one spoke or moved, including the spirit. Soon, the cat joined us on the bed. My partner and I began to pet it. As I looked from the cat back to the spirit, I noticed that it was gone, and we didn't experience anything else that night. 2 days later, my teammate called me, very excited. She'd researched the property and found that a young man with Down syndrome died when he fell out of a treehouse. We met the lady the following day, and I played her the recording of us talking to the spirit. When she heard me telling the spirit how to be friends with the cat, she began to cry. That morning, the cat was on the bed in the smaller bedroom, purring loudly, moving its head like
Someone was scratching it.
This happened around 2013. I was around 8 years old at the time. I'd had a normal day at school. Got into bed, but had that feeling that I wasn't alone. Moments later, I heard someone whisper my name, loudly. It was a male's voice, standing in the back of my room. Scared, of course, I jumped off the bed and I slept in my parents' bed. The next few days, I'd hear footsteps, pacing, back and forth. My sister, unbeknownst to me at the time, was scared of something too, and immediately agreed when I suggested sleeping together. It was like this until she wanted to sleep in her room with me. I said sure, but I was still creeped out, of course. That night, I woke up in the middle of the night for the second time. The first time, she'd rammed her elbow into my face, but this time, I just saw that giant, dark figure in the middle of her room. It was see-through, but it didn't really have a shape. I bolted out of there. I only ever told her about it a few months ago. These hauntings stopped, but they started again back in 2019, and they continue, even now. I live alone in a small one-bedroom apartment. Earlier this week, I was called into work to help fix some coding problems, and I ended up getting home around 1 a.m. Opening my door, I walked in to see a bowl of popcorn sitting on my couch. My next steps are for the umbrella leaned against the wall to my left. It was the closest object I could find to arm myself with as I proceeded to look under furniture, my bedroom, tear down the coats in the closet to see if anyone was hiding behind them, even tore down the shower curtain, all while holding this small umbrella with a death grip. Again, I live alone and was gone all evening. Seeing a bowl of freshly popped popcorn left me more than a little shaken. The apartment didn't smell of any unfamiliar odors. It didn't even smell like popcorn had been popped. Walking back to the couch, I slowly picked up the bowl and inspected it. It was my bowl, and the discarded wrapper led me to believe that it was my Orville popcorn, which I'd just recently purchased. The popcorn was still warm, but had absolutely no scent. I was at a complete loss for words. My Ring doorbell had never sent me a notification during the day, nor was there anything out of the ordinary on the recordings I viewed. I dumped the popcorn into my garbage can, and then I sat back on the couch, trying to figure out how this could have happened. My next sinking thought was that maybe I had done it and forgotten about it, like really forgotten about it. Even though it was warm and I hadn't been home all day, maybe there was a carbon monoxide leak in my apartment. No, that was my next inspection. Everything was fine. Sitting back on the couch, defeated and angry at my confusion, it's almost 3 a.m, and I'm gonna play some Xbox and go to sleep. Reaching for the controller, I notice it's not in its usual port. I swore I left it charging before I went into work. I scour the place, but don't spend too much time because I'm exhausted. So I chalk it up to another action performed mindlessly by me. The TV remote is next to me, so I switch it on, but instantly turn it back off. Because right next to me, I hear, "Yo, what?" Too close to be mistaken for my neighbor talking through the walls. Not to mention, it was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. Odds were I was the only one awake in my unit. I jumped right off the couch, ran to my bedroom, and slammed the door. I hear what I think is my front door opening and slamming shut. Honestly, I didn't even go out to investigate.
I just locked my bedroom door from the inside and tried to fall asleep. This was too much, and if all of these oddities somehow did turn out to be a burglar, congratulations, you can have my shit. I was all done for the night. It was time to shut down, reducing the risks of the growing sense of dread evolving into unhinged hysterics. The next morning, I woke up and I almost forgot about the terrors of the night before, until I found my Xbox controller on the counter in the bathroom. The position and placement of the controller, it seemed familiar, yet I don't know why. I have no recent memory of ever putting it there. This made the hairs on the back of my neck instantly rise again, and still in my pajamas, I decided to just leave for a while. I sit in a 7-Eleven parking lot for what seems like hours, long enough for the sun to fully rise from dawn. Seeing no other options, I drove back home. This time, entering through my door, nothing immediately had me on high alert. It was just the energy was different. After a couple of days, I was able to relax again. No harm, no foul. Just a weird anomaly I shouldn't waste any more time thinking about. The following week, I'm playing Sea of Thieves online with a buddy. My munchie urge begins to outweigh the strangeness I had previously felt about the popcorn incident. So, I hop up and I pop myself a bag. It still makes my stomach turn a little to see that there's a bag missing, reminding me just how real the strangeness indeed was. But I put it out of my mind, distracted by my game and hunger. I pop the bowl of popcorn and take it to the couch. Unlike the previous bowl of popcorn, this one fills my apartment with the thick, mouth-watering smell of buttered goodness. Back on the couch, I hop back on the game. My buddy's still not back from his snack retrieval, so I take this window of time to run to the bathroom before fully immersing myself into the world of plundering pirates with my crew. I toss the controller on the bathroom counter and take care of business. When I swing the bathroom door back open, the apartment is completely dark. Xbox is off, TV is off, and I'm terrified, practically reduced to a cower on the bathroom floor. This time, my weapon of choice was the retractable metal shower curtain rod. Held in front of me like a cheap lightsaber, I shuffled into the living room and flipped the lights back on. My front door was still locked and deadbolted. Nothing else seemed to be disturbed. That is until I made my way back over to the couch, and I noticed my bowl of popcorn was completely gone. Words of confusion audibly escaped my mouth. Yo, what? And in that moment, a gut-wrenching feeling deep down of a pungent familiarity that once tainted my mind takes over, and I realize that without even looking for the popcorn, I already knew where it was. I walked into the kitchen, and sure enough, just behind the aluminum trash lid, nearly at the bottom of the black bag, laid my popcorn, discarded amongst the collected rubbish of the day. The pit grows in my stomach, as if I'm approaching the peak of madness like a roller coaster's edge. Then, my bedroom door slams so hard it shakes the walls, and my roller coaster of emotion descends into freefall. I grab my keys and escape the squeezing feeling of terror that's compressed my lungs. I slept in my office that night. One of my coworkers found me sleeping on the couch, and they praised me for how hard I've been working on this project. I didn't bother correcting their assumptions. I also didn't bother confiding in anyone about what happened because, well, I don't even know how I should be approaching this. It's either like the most twisted case of deja vu ever, or something. The other option is that it's something actually based in reality. Did a small burglar enter my house unnoticed and then decide not to take anything?
but dump my popcorn for some reason? Is this paranormal? Who keeps wasting my popcorn? And why? I have a salt lamp in the shape of a moon that I love. I used to use it as a nightlight, but since the bulb blew out 7 or 8 months ago, it became just an ornament on my nightstand because I couldn't find the right bulb for it. And it's a pain because you have to pull the whole thing apart to replace it. I have one outlet with 2 plugs near my nightstand. It's above my bed near the pillow where I sleep. When the lamp stopped working, I unplugged it so that I wasn't wasting an outlet. I use those plugs to charge everything while I sleep. And I've plugged and unplugged multiple chargers from it almost daily in the last 8 months. The cord to the lamp just remained laying beside the nightstand, unplugged since it didn't work anymore. I recently took a surprise trip home to surprise my dad for Father's Day. The whole trip home, I kept having a super strange feeling like I wasn't supposed to be there, or that the last-minute impulsive choice to fly home was a choice I shouldn't have made. I don't know, it was weird. The whole trip felt like a dream. After a few days of visiting family, I flew back home, ate dinner, played with my dog, went to bed, woke up the next day, and went to work. All was fine and normal. It was only a 2-hour flight, so it's not like it completely exhausted me or turned me into a zombie. I'd gone to bed at my normal time. That night, after my first day home, I do my same routine, but when I shut my bedroom light off, I noticed that the moon lamp is glowing. I was so confused, I turned my light back on, and I noticed that it was plugged into the outlet above my pillow. The only people who have access to my house are my sister and my boyfriend, who both acted completely confused about why the hell I was asking them if they replaced a bulb and plugged in a random lamp, and they swear it wasn't them. The thing is, it wasn't lit up the previous night when I got back from my trip. It lights up my whole room, so I would have noticed immediately. Which means it had somehow been fixed and plugged into the wall and switched on that day. Nobody was at my house while I was at work. My door was locked, and I highly doubt anyone would risk bothering my very territorial pit just to secretly replace a bulb and plug in a random lamp on my nightstand. So, was this a glitch or what? Creepy as fuck, and I can't stop thinking about it. But there's more that I can't stop thinking about. Because like 8 months ago, a feral kitten got dropped off at my house by the mama. Mama never came back. The kitten was adorable, but very scared. It made a home under my shed, and I've fed him every day since. It took 6 or 7 months for him to trust me enough to let me touch him. He's gorgeous, long-haired. When he started allowing me to pet him, I noticed his hair was very matted down his legs and under his belly. I called around, and no groomer would see him without shots and sedation, which required a vet visit. In total, it was going to cost me $400. We don't have any local feral cat programs. They're all over an hour away, and none of them could or would help. I tried to cut the mats out myself with scissors, but was unsuccessful. It was like trying to cut through carpet, a carpet with sharp claws and an attitude. So I made him an appointment. The day of his appointment, I tried unsuccessfully to catch him, and I had to cancel it at the last minute. I was trying to figure out some other options, but I had that trip home planned for the next day to visit my dad, and I decided that he would just have to wait. So I went home to my family's for like 3 days. And as I said, the whole time I was feeling off, like I wasn't supposed to be there. It was a very weird feeling. Not in a bad way feeling, but just this trip wasn't supposed to happen, neutral sort of feeling. I got back from my trip, then the incident with the lamp. Well then, a few days after, I was sitting outside when the kitten came out for dinner. Immediately, I noticed he had been groomed. And not just hacked with scissors, but professionally groomed. All of his matting is gone, his head and neck cleaned up. I could chalk it up to a random Good Samaritan, if only I had neighbors. I'm in the middle of nowhere. This cat is at my house 24/7. He is here, always. There's tons of strays in our county, and they're genuinely viewed as a nuisance. There's just no way he befriended somebody else who would be crazy enough to spend $400 on an insane feral cat, only to release him back into the wild. And what are the chances that they do this within days of me having an appointment to get it done? I've kept a close eye on him since, and still, I've yet to see him wander. This, coupled with the mysterious lamp, I truly believe something happened on that trip to jump me into a new timeline. Perhaps it was one where I was able to catch the feral cat for his appointment to be groomed, and one where I also repaired my lamp. In 2006, I stayed overnight with a buddy at a second property his family had purchased. It was an old farm just on the outskirts of Florin Road, Watt Avenue, in Sacramento, California. My buddy's family had not moved in. He wanted to spend the night on the property to get a feel for it. The previous property owner's husband had passed away, and she sold the home for cheap. What struck me as odd was that she left all of the furniture, tons of miscellaneous personal property behind, which we discovered later had belonged to her late husband. I told my friend to get rid of all that junk because, in my culture, Laotian Thai, we believed it was bad luck to hang on to a deceased person's property, the superstition being that the dead might come back and look for their property. On that particular night, I spent the night on the couch in the living room. My buddy was sleeping on the floor next to me. I could not fall asleep, but heard my buddy snoring loudly. Therefore, I knew he was in a deep sleep and did not witness the events soon to follow. As I'm slowly drifting off to sleep, I heard the closet door, located about a car length from my feet, slowly open. I knew it opened because it made this creaking noise from when the door swings on its hinges. At that point, I became fully alert, but I kept my eyes closed. I could hear my heart beating out of my chest. I was laying on my back and faced the ceiling. I slightly opened my eyes, glanced toward the closet. It was a full moon, so the living room was well lit. That's when I saw it, a black shadow coming towards me from inside the open closet. It had the silhouette of a man and stood approximately 7 feet tall, 2 feet wide. It crept towards me, and I was so scared I just closed my eyes, froze in place. I felt paralyzed, and I was on the verge of shitting and pissing myself. I kept my eyes closed, remained still for what felt like 5 minutes. Then the second half, and most scary, of the paranormal bullshit began. The blanket I'd have draped over my body slowly began pulling off my body. I could feel parts of my upper torso getting cold as the blanket pulled away from my skin towards my feet. I felt each hair on my skin stand because it was so cold. As the blanket continued pulling away and got closer to my feet, I whispered my buddy's name multiple times, repeating, "Dennis, Dennis, wake the fuck up. Something's going on in here." Dennis eventually stopped snoring and said, "What the fuck, man? I'm trying to sleep." After that, all the paranormal stuff stopped. I wrapped multiple blankets around me, and slept in the prone position for the remainder of the night. I never had a more scary paranormal experience. I also have not been back to my buddy's farm since the incident. Sometimes weird things happen, and they just can't be explained. That night still bothers me to this day. I think the event took place sometime shortly after midnight. I thought the couch I was sleeping on was my buddy's, but later discovered it was part of the property that was left behind from the previous owner. I think her late husband came back from the dead to reclaim his couch. When I was a kid, my mom always cooked black-eyed peas and cabbage for New Year's. It's supposed to bring good luck and money for the coming new year. But since I hate both, I would always drop the food out my window. We lived in the country with lots of woods and wildlife, so I knew it would be gone by morning. It worked like a charm until I was 14. As always, I threw the food out the window. I waited 15 minutes and then took my plate into the kitchen. The worst part was how my mom always said, "See, that wasn't such a bad trade, was it?" The disgruntled teen in me was desperate to inform her I hadn't participated in their ritual since I was 7, but that would have just resulted in receiving a fresh plate. I had actually promised myself I would save that pleasure for the New Year's after my 18th birthday, but ironically, this was my final year to throw out the food. After returning to my room, I began playing my Xbox and forgot all about the cabbage and peas until I heard something walking through the snow outside my window. Thinking a possum had already come for the food, I just ignored it. But then there was it was almost like a grunting noise, like an actual pig at a trough. In other words, this definitely wasn't a possum. I went to see what it could be, more curious than scared at this point, and glanced down to see a giant black shape crouched beneath my window. There was just enough light from the moon and the porch to see it greedily shoveling handfuls of food into its mouth. Handfuls. It had hands. It was way too big to be a raccoon. If not for how unnatural it appeared, I would have automatically assumed it was a human. But this thing definitely wasn't human, I swear. For starters, its legs were way too long, and the knees bent into sharp points that stuck out sideways. If you were to crouch down like this, your knees would be at a slight angle, and these were fully pointed out sideways at right angles. Likewise, its elbows seemed to bend inwards, and it made it seem as if it was shoveling food into its mouth with the back of its hand. An involuntary gasp escaped my lips, and it immediately looked up at me, dropping its food. Where its eyes should have been were just two small lights, like someone extracted only the soft glow of two nightlights and inserted them into the monster's eye sockets. It saw me, and I wanted so badly to dive under my bed, but I was frozen in place. The creature sneered at me, showing off its impressive fangs. Its mouth and snout were reminiscent of a wolf's. Then it stood on its hind legs, and even though the bottom of my window was at least 5 feet high or more, its eyes were now dead even with my own. The light in my room was bright enough that I could now tell that this thing was covered in coarse fur. It looked like the bristles of a wire brush, like it would hurt just to touch it. There's no telling how long we stood there that way. If it hadn't moved, I probably would have remained frozen until the sun rose. But it began sniffing at the air, like it was trying to decide if I smelled tasty. Then it took another step closer, and the spell was finally broken. I screamed and ran from my room, crying for my parents like a little kid. They couldn't understand my words, but something was clearly very wrong. Even if I'd been capable of speaking, I wouldn't have known what to say. Instead, I dragged my dad to my room where I stood in the hallway and pointed to my window.
While he went to look, Mom came to stand with me, and I could feel her shaking as well. Dad didn't say anything at first. He just seemed confused, but then he turned on his phone's flashlight to look again. This time he noticeably stiffened and closed my curtains as he stepped away. He said nobody was there anymore and asked if I could describe whoever I saw. I hesitated, not understanding why he assumed I saw a person when I hadn't actually said anything, but all I could do was stutter. My mom was panicking, repeatedly asking what he saw, until he finally said that there were footprints beneath my window. They were too large to belong to an animal, but the toes were shaped so strangely, too strangely for a human. He wanted to go outside for a closer look, but I became completely inconsolable at the thought. I was fully convinced the creature would kill my dad if he even opened the front door. Thankfully, Mom made him stay inside, and though fresh snow had covered the tracks by morning, Dad found claw marks around my window. He said it looked like a bear had been scratching at it, but we don't have bears around here. I never told them exactly what I saw. I was afraid they'd think I was crazy. Even my dad never admitted exactly what he thought those footprints were shaped like. I was fortunate enough never to see the creature again, and I also never threw food out my window again, but yeah, I still think about it every single New Year's. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but it seems like a lot of people say they feel better after sharing their own experiences. So, I figured, what the hell? Maybe if I just embrace what happened, I can finally stop having these yearly flashbacks.
This story takes place around 2010-2011, when I was in high school. At this age, I was not the sharpest tool in the shed, with no real discernment or understanding of the spiritual world. At that time, I had a weird obsession with anything occult or satanic. Just to clarify, I'm now 27 and a firm believer and follower of Jesus Christ. And I realize how insane I was to open a door for something evil to enter my home, my life. I experimented with a crudely home-constructed Ouija board a few times and experienced some weird occurrences. It all started when one afternoon, a few friends and I headed to my house for our almost daily after-school smoking session, which always took place in the detached garage. This is also where we had attempted to contact something with the aforementioned Ouija board. We succeeded, and when we asked the entity its name, the planchette moved and spelled out, Keith. Keith answered all of our questions, explaining that he died in 1990 and that his favorite band was Nirvana. I can't really remember anything else that was exchanged. But I awoke the next morning to scratch marks on my side, and though they were only superficial, my stomach dropped when I examined it closer. The scratches were all placed methodically to form a perfect drawing, if you will, of the Nirvana logo. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, it's a smiley face with X's for eyes and a squiggly mouth with its tongue sticking out. My friends came over to my house again the next day, and we confronted Keith, asking if he'd been the one to do this. I already knew, but it was confirmed when the planchette moved to yes. Sometime after this, during summer break, I had a group of about 7 people over for a bonfire in the backyard. One of these friends lived in another city, and they were staying at my house for a week. We'll call her April. It was dark, and still, not even a slight breeze could be felt that night. The friends which had been present for the Keith sessions and I had been talking to the rest about what we'd experienced, and we all agreed to try the board, see if it would happen again. I can't remember exactly what was said, or if the planchette was responding, but What I do remember was asking if whatever I was addressing hated me. Instantly, the planchette flew over yes, and a huge gust of wind started blowing all around me. Just me. It was like a dust devil had formed and enclosed me like a cocoon, as dust and leaves and debris violently flew over me and at me in every direction. I looked at my friends as they were watching this occur, and I swear to you, not one hair on their heads moved. When it stopped, we immediately moved the planchette to goodbye and just kind of sat there in shock for a while. After everyone else left, April and I headed inside, as it was very late. Then, I took the most uncomfortable shower of my life. You know how, when someone is standing near or enters the room, you can just feel their presence? Well, that feeling hung in the air, like a thick cloud. Just the feeling of someone straight up watching me. Now, I'm notorious for taking long showers, using up all the hot water, but I got out of there in what felt like 3 minutes. The next part, it requires a bit of a layout of the house. When you enter, there's a family room with a single large window facing the front yard, a couch in front of said window, and a TV. From this room, going right, you'd go down an L-shaped hallway, with my room on the immediate right, and a bathroom, my brother's, and my parents' room down the hall. And left, you'd be in the kitchen, which led to what my dad had dubbed the music room. Since we kept all of our instruments and sound equipment in there, it also functioned as a second living room. It too contained a couch and TV, separating this room from the kitchen with a glass door. April and I were sitting at the kitchen table, chatting. She was sitting on one side, her back facing the music room, and I sat on the other, facing her. As she was speaking, I noticed movement behind her. I looked, and I watched in shock as the glass door, which had been slightly ajar, was slowly opening. I should mention that there were no windows open in the house, no draft. The air conditioning was not running at the time, and my parents and brother were fast asleep. "April," I said in a hushed but panicked tone as I pointed to the door. She turned and saw it too, looking back at me for a split second in horror. When the door had completely opened, everything was still and silent for about 3 seconds. Then, the door suddenly and forcefully slammed shut. Needless to say, we were freaked the hell out and retreated to my room. After we'd calmed ourselves down, we tried in vain to sleep, as throughout the night, we could hear what sounded like scratching coming from inside my closet. I've always dealt with insomnia, and I'd often have to sleep in the family room, as the TV was the only thing that could make me drowsy. I'd always put on a sleep timer, so the TV wouldn't be on all night after I fell asleep. April had gone home at this point, and I was in a deep sleep on the couch when I abruptly awoke in a cold sweat. The TV was off, so I could see the window behind me in the screen's reflection. There was some light seeping through the curtains from the back streetlight outside, and I could clearly see standing behind me a large black figure whose shoulders touched the ceiling, and its head bent down slightly, staring at me. I quickly covered my face with the blanket, seriously hoping this thing didn't know I was awake or aware of its presence. I stayed completely still for what seemed like ages, and I somehow eventually fell back asleep. The following day, I made a call to have the house blessed. Thank God it worked, and nothing ever happened again. My brother confided in me years later that he used to hear someone calling his name in that house. But whenever he'd ask our parents if they'd called him, they'd tell him that they hadn't.
Last year, New Year's ended up being pretty crazy. It honestly set the tone for the rest of the year, so I'm happy to see this one come to a close. It's obviously been about a year since the incident, but it still gives me goosebumps every time I think about it. So, here's what went down. My friends and I decided to celebrate the New Year at a popular bar in Capitol Hill. Now, I won't name the bar, but let's just say that it's well known for its vibrant atmosphere and eclectic crowd. We were excited to ring in the new year and have a great time, which is usually the case when you decide to step out and celebrate. As the night progressed, a man caught our attention. He seemed harmless at first, but there was something off about him. He hovered near our group, making us feel pretty uncomfortable, with his intense gaze, accompanied by no words for the longest time. He approached us with a strange, forced smile, striking up a conversation that wasn't immediately intelligible. This man, who we later learned went by the name of Eric, started making creepy remarks that made our skin crawl. The first that we could understand through his mumbles was, "Can I pay you guys?" Which he then said even louder to one of my friends, "Can I pay you guys to take your clothes off somewhere private?" My friend was trying to relay the messages between us as he made inappropriate comments about our appearances. I don't even want to repeat most of them, but they usually involved us being naked and how our bodies were sexy, but also things like "you fucking whores," followed by laughter. Lots of unsettling, creepy things as his eyes lingered on us for far too long. It was evident that he was making us feel uneasy, and the friendly atmosphere of the bar quickly turned sour for us. By the time we all knew what was going on, we had managed to get away from him, or at least we thought we did. But we turned around, and there he was. But to make matters worse, Eric began invading our personal space. He would lean in too close, invading our personal boundaries, and he escalated to touching us, which made us cringe. It was clear that he had no concept of personal space or respect for our comfort levels. We desperately wanted to escape his clutches and enjoy the rest of our night in peace. My friend went to grab security for the club, but in those few moments before they arrived, we felt like sitting ducks. After enduring his unsettling presence for what felt like an eternity, we decided enough was enough. We made a plan to ditch him discreetly, hoping he wouldn't follow. We headed in the direction of the bathrooms at first, but then a beeline for security. We made it to our friend and pointed in the direction of the man, but we didn't stick around to find out what happened. We were relieved that someone else knew about him and that we had managed to escape his creepy, prying eyes. We decided that that was the last that we'd see of him, and we made our way to another club. Halfway there, we noticed that just behind a group of maybe 3 or 4 people was Eric. Most of us noticed him immediately upon looking, but a couple kept walking. We ducked into a restaurant after calling after them. The place was absolutely packed, as was everywhere on New Year's. But this was also the kind of place that wasn't welcoming walk-ins. We explained the situation to the hostess and said that we just wanted to wait for someone that we felt was potentially dangerous and following us to pass. We watched as he almost passed the restaurant, only to stop and open the door. Surprised by the amount of people, he at first didn't see us. Then he spotted either me or my friend or both and started walking towards us, only to be interrupted by a man who'd heard us telling the story to the hostess. The man told Eric to leave, to turn around and get out of the restaurant. He didn't put up any sort of fight. He didn't like that sort of attention on him. That was clear. Before leaving the restaurant ourselves, we called our 2 friends who'd kept walking. I got a hold of one, who was with the other. She'd heard us say that it was him and to come here, but since they were far ahead of us, they just kept walking for a minute, where she explained to our other friend that they needed to duck into the next bar or restaurant. because the dude from the club was following them. She then said moments before my call, she had watched the guy start flipping out after leaving our restaurant. He was waving his arms, screaming at random people, and eventually took off in the opposite direction of downtown. Even though he was leaving the festivities, we ended up calling it a night early. Didn't even watch the ball drop or anything from the apartment. We didn't feel too sorry for ourselves, though. After all, we were all right? Fast forward a couple of months later, we stumbled upon a news story that made our stomachs drop and absolutely blew our minds. The same man, Eric, who'd made our New Year's Eve so uncomfortable. He'd been arrested for a heinous crime in a town not too far from Seattle. The news reported that he had stabbed and killed a couple in a horrifying act of violence. Learning about the fate of that man, we couldn't help but wonder what could have happened if we hadn't managed to escape that night. It was a sobering reminder of how important it is to trust our instincts and look out for each other's safety. So, trust your gut. If someone gives you the creeps, don't hesitate to remove yourself from the situation. Stay safe out there. Always be aware of your surroundings. As it turns out, my mom, dad, and cousin each have a story that takes place on the same patch of road in Mexico. I'll tell them as they were relayed to me individually. My parents actually met here in the United States, but they grew up in neighboring pueblos in Mexico. Connecting the two pueblos is a long, empty span of road, maybe 5 miles long, which is apparently haunted. These stories take place many years apart, but the exact same patch of road. The first story, my father's horse is distressed. When my dad was a young man, he loved horses, jerapos, and drinking. While he has since put down the bottle, he still loves horses and jerapos. Back in the day, he would occasionally ride his horse out across the road to the neighboring pueblos to hang out or hit up some parties. One early morning, he was returning home on horseback from a party in the neighboring pueblo. He was a bit drunk and was casually making his way home when suddenly the air grew still and the night went silent. He said something just felt off, and his horse could sense it as well. My dad says that you can always tell what a horse is focusing on by looking at their ears, and in this case, my dad's horse's ears were perked up stiff and focusing at the empty field beside them. Thinking that there might be some sort of animal stalking them, my dad looked around, but the fields beside them were empty, and there weren't any bushes or things for an animal to hide behind. Suddenly, the air went cold, and my dad felt goosebumps on the back of his neck, almost as if something was right behind him. That's when my dad's horse couldn't take it anymore and took off running for its life. My dad held on tightly and tried several times to bring the horse to a stop, but it was dead set on getting the hell away from whatever they had just encountered. Eventually, they finally reached their pueblo, and the horse calmed down and came to a stop. Never before or after had the horse behaved that way. This left my dad shook up. Needless to say, he was sober by the time he reached home. This next one, my cousin's passenger. My cousin is a few years older than me, so this story takes place many years after my dad's. One late night, my cousin was driving my uncle's pickup truck. He didn't make any mention of where he was heading or in which direction, but he said he was making his way across the same stretch of road. He said that he was driving along and all seemed very calm when suddenly he felt a presence in the vehicle. This pickup truck is one of those older two-door pickup trucks, which have a single long bench-style seat for the driver and passenger. My cousin says he felt the passenger side of the seat sink in, as if someone suddenly took a seat beside him. He said that experience scared him stiff and had him so shook up that he was cold sweating and crying. He was thinking that might be the moment he was going to die. Instinctually, he dared not turn around to face whatever it was sitting beside him, but the presence was so real and he could even make out some sort of silhouette there beside him through his peripheral vision. After a couple miles of panic and sobbing, he eventually reached the neighboring pueblo. and the presence gradually faded away. He made it home safe, but the experience has scarred him. Now for the last one. My mom and cousin spot a hitchhiker. This last one is short, and it actually took place a couple of years ago. This happened to my cousin from the previous story and my mom. A couple of years ago, my mom went to Mexico to hang with family. Her return flight home was in the early morning, so my aunt had my cousin drive her to the airport. Along the way, on that same patch of road, they spotted a man hitchhiking on the side of the road. This was a very strange sight, as not many people hitchhike along that road. Much less early in the morning before the sun's even out. As you might deduce from the last couple of stories, land around the road is largely empty. There's not really any good reason to be out there at that time. Jokingly, my cousin suggested that they pick him up. They nervously laughed it off in the car and drove past the man. As they continued along, however, they swore they could hear someone whistling at them from out in the empty fields. This made them very nervous, and they wondered if the man, whatever he was following them. Eventually, they reached the neighboring pueblo, where they also swore they spotted him standing just outside the entrance. It's the Cold War, late 1950s. My paternal grandfather, Ivan, who'd recently obtained his membership into the labor union, is fired from his job manufacturing farm products for wholesale and trade. One day, the bosses pull him into their office. 2 local detectives are also standing in the room. The 4 men sit Ivan down and unlawfully interrogate him for hours before handing him his termination papers to sign. At this time, Congress had implemented sweeping investigations in order to catch any suspected communist spies in the government, or labor unions, the entertainment industry, and military forces. In part, as the tension grew between the 2 nations, the labor unions began terminating anyone who had ever belonged to, or had ever been sympathetic to, the Communist Party. Ivan Petrov was born an American citizen, but on paper he fit the description his management was told to get rid of. His parents immigrated to New York in 1909, just before the war started. Ivan was devastated. He'd break the news to my paternal grandmother, a woman named Kate, later that night. Kate would break the news that she's pregnant with my mother that night as well. Kate got to share her news first, which made Ivan feel all the worse when delivering his. The predicted due date became a timer for Ivan to get back on his feet, 6 months to find stable ground for him and his family. He starts working odd jobs in the city, staying out at all times of the night. After a month of this routine, he's made just enough for rent and groceries. Early into the next month, Ivan arrives home with a small Emerson radio. He'd spent $50 on it, which could be about $475 in today's money. This purchase depleted most of their savings, and Kate couldn't believe he'd wasted money on such a frivolous thing. But Ivan reassures her this radio will solve all their money problems. Now, along with odd jobs, Ivan would also stay up all night, clicking through the frequencies of the radio. Kate would wake up to see him sitting at the kitchen table with the radio pressed against his ear, occasionally scribbling down numbers onto a piece of paper laid out in front of him. When she'd ask what he was doing, Ivan told her that he could hear someone talking to him through the radio. He said they'd given him the final score of a minor league baseball game that takes place tomorrow. The radio told him to go to the betting hall and put everything he's got on the Brooklyn Dodgers against the Giants, with a score of 7-6. Kate begs Ivan not to go, but the next morning, he's gone before she wakes up. Their savings have been cleared out, the empty box that once held their future discarded next to the radio. He wouldn't return home until the next morning. When he walked through the door, Kate had fallen asleep on the couch. She's woken up with a large leather bag being tossed onto the carpet in front of her. It spills over, and a waterfall of cash slides out. Kate opens her eyes and sees over $10,000 spread across the floor. Ivan tells her he'd won the bet that was placed on the baseball game. Soon after that, they moved into a better part of town, a third-floor condo with a room for the baby. Ivan continues doing odd jobs. Kate's 6 months pregnant. She finds him on another night sitting in the kitchen with the radio pressed against his ear. Same position, same frantic scribbling. This time, Ivan doesn't wait until morning. He doesn't see Kate watching him through the doorway as he proceeds to collect his coat and then exit by trying to close the door as quietly as possible. Kate waited until she heard Ivan leave the driveway before approaching the radio left on the table. She lifted it up and clicked it on. There was a buzz of noise before the station went quiet. She couldn't hear anything when she moved up and down the station ladder. Then Ivan came back inside to grab something he'd forgotten. When he saw Kate with the radio, he became enraged. Grabbing it from her hands, he threatened her with death if she ever touched the radio again. Kate had never seen this side of Ivan before. She cried and ran back into their bedroom, slamming the door. Shortly after her slam, Ivan would match its force on their front door when he left. When she came back out, the radio was gone. Another long 24 hours would pass before Ivan returned home. With him, another large sum of cash. When he sees Kate, she apologizes for touching the radio. He asks if she turned it on when she was holding it, and she says yes, and then asks if the voices talked to her. She said no, she couldn't hear anything. Ivan reminds her of his previous warning, then tells her to get dressed because they're going out to dinner. His glare makes her reserve the question that she has for another time. Kate got dressed, and they went to a fancy restaurant in Brighton Beach. Their interactions together don't feel normal anymore. 2 more months would pass with Ivan's schedule unchanged. Kate's 8 months pregnant now. One morning, after a particularly long stint away from home, Ivan comes in the door sweating, his eyes wide, darting in all directions. He looked like a madman running from window to window, closing all of the shades and curtains. Then he ran from room to room, turning off all the lights in the house. When Kate asks him what's wrong, he says that he's got people after him. He says the radio gave him a message, telling him everything about their plan. None of what he's saying makes any sense to Kate. She asks who. He said Truman's boys, then tells her they can't talk loud. Before she can ask another question, Ivan pushed the couches in front of the front door. Then he started taping newspaper to the window so no light would get in. When the living room was completely dark, Ivan and Kate would sit together on the floor behind the couch. He'd get up to retrieve a box from the closet that Kate hadn't noticed before. When he opened the box, what was inside made Kate's heart drop. Under some papers was a 9mm handgun. When he pulled it out, the box clinked around. A handful of extra bullets rolled around in the bottom of the cardboard, along with the already full clip he'd taken out of the gun to show Kate. Then he pops it back in, and he hands the gun to her. At first, she doesn't take it, but he shoves it at her, saying, "They know about you too. They'll probably want you dead too." Kate still doesn't take the gun, so he leaves it on the floor next to her, gets up, and goes over to the closet to get a second gun that he's had stashed in there. Seeing Ivan with a gun and having no clue what to expect next, Kate grabs the gun sitting next to her. He grabs the radio before coming back to sit next to her. Sitting in dark silence, Kate watches as Ivan presses the radio against his ear and pans up and down through the frequencies. A muffled car door shuts somewhere outside, and a dog starts barking. Ivan grabs his gun and drops the radio. Kate tries to reassure him that it's the neighbors. She reminds him that they have a dog. Ivan should know this information, but he stays back against the couch with his finger on the trigger. Hours would pass. When either of them would need to use the restroom, they'd have to crawl from the living room to the hallway before getting up. Kate is 8 months pregnant and struggling to stay on the ground all night, but Ivan tells her that she has to stay out of sight. Every time he reaches for the radio, Ivan looks at the clock, and every time he looks at the clock, he becomes more worried. Then, as Kate begins to drift off, her eyes are closed when she hears Ivan turn off the radio and set it on the floor next to him. He kisses her forehead, and she hears him get up. He's not crawling. She hears him walk into the baby's room near the entrance of the hallway. She hears Ivan tearing down the newspaper he'd put up earlier that day. Then she hears the wooden window frame shake and creak open. She could hear wind blowing in. After a moment, she hears a distant impact. That's when Kate gets up, runs into the baby's room. It's empty. Kate runs over to the open window and looks out to see Ivan, motionless on the sidewalk below. Investigators would rule Ivan's death as suicide. While looking for clues, they'd inspect the radio and find transmitters connected to the wiring inside. They'd also tell Kate that Ivan is a member of a small Soviet resistance group. Its members mostly made up of rich Russian immigrants with mob ties in New York and New Jersey. They were getting their orders from somewhere across the water while sending back government information they found. When Ivan was fired from his job, he was lost and angry. He'd met others that held his beliefs and similar situations at a bar that he'd visit. The visits became meetings, and Ivan got involved with a group who, at the time in our American history, didn't want peace. They were terroristic in their ideas of action and were slowly gathering members across the seas in America to stage an attack within. Kate had no idea that Ivan was part of this movement. They'd become strangers to each other in the relationship. This was a landslide that Kate couldn't climb back from. With her life in ruins and a baby on the way, Kate moved back in with her parents. She'd give birth to my mother in December and give her up for adoption. But not before writing this story out to my grandparents, Mom's adoptive parents, before they took her home to Virginia. Me and my entire family, including aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, we've encountered odd things throughout our lives. Not sure if it's a ghost, angel, demon, or what we've all separately experienced is something different. I plan on posting them, but I'll start with my experience as a kid. When I was 6 years old, I remember having the same dream every night for months. In the dream, I'd wake up and I'd look under my bed to glowing eyes staring at me. Then I'd be chased by this tall, dark figure. Every kid has nightmares, but what was scary is when I would wake up, I would hear a man whisper my name.
Elizabeth. Elizabeth. Elizabeth.
In my ear. I still honestly remember the voice. It was calm and monotone. I'd get out of bed to look around the house and see who's calling me. And whenever I looked in the kitchen, the clock on the oven always said it was around 3 a.m. Then, I'd make my way to my parents' room and ask if they were calling me, and they obviously weren't, and I'd end up sleeping at their feet. My mom said she remembers me waking them up every night. That's my first experience, and it's kind of creepy, but I never thought it was that deep until I learned so much more about my family members and what they've experienced. It makes me think that maybe the voice wasn't just in my head. Still trying to figure this one out. For the record, I'm a skeptic. I've had strange experiences in the past, but I'm not someone who will instantly jump to, well, it's gotta be a ghost then. With that out of the way, I want to share what happened last week and ask for some outside opinions. I work a weird job, which means I deal with software development, but also sometimes support physical hardware, so I work on site. My job is based all around problem solving, and I'm good at my job, which is why this puzzle is frustrating me so much. I'm based in an older building. It was built in the 1600s, I believe, with a modern extension that was added about 30 years ago. No one in the new part of the building experiences anything, but many staff who work in the old part are adamant that there are things here. I've had a couple of experiences happen to myself, but I also thought that they were things which could be put down to the mind playing tricks on you. A horrible stink of urine in the old cells in the basement, and a horrible feeling that I was about to be attacked. I decided to leave the basement at that point. Footsteps in the rafters on the main hall. Hearing doors shut from rooms upstairs that you know aren't occupied. Hearing screams coming from the locker rooms, etc. However, last week I saw something happen in front of me. I had to set up some equipment in a function room for some kind of presentation. I got there, set up, and then I waited until the people hosting arrived so I could run through it with them. To describe the layout of the room, it's a medium-sized room, which is often left empty apart from when there's events. And it's got 3 sets of doors in it, 2 sets of double doors to enter, both of which are shut, swipe card access only, and a heavy ordnance door, which leads to the bar entrance, a fire escape, and a door to a separate cellar. It gets to the time that they're supposed to be there, and I want to leave as I've got stuff I need to be working on, but I stay anyways as my manager had asked me to. I sat there waiting, and suddenly, the ordnance door next to the bar flies open. And I mean flies open. Not slightly open. It opened nearly fully width before stopping, and then shutting. My immediate thought was, someone just tried to come into the room. They must have seen me and thought that the room was in use, so they walked off. Let me tell you, I wouldn't survive very long in a horror film, as I instantly went to go look, when I realized my immediate thought was wrong, because there's no way to access that area without coming down the staircase, which I would have heard. I open the door, I have a look and listen. Nothing. The door to the bar is shut. No one is there. A cupboard door is open, just a vacuum cleaner in there. The fire escape door is shut. Plus, it's old and stiff, so you definitely would have heard it open and close, as the building is not soundproof. The door to the cellar, locked, once again, would have made noise. The staircase which leads to the old offices, no noise, despite being a location which echoes. Plus, the offices they connect to all have their doors to the staircase shut and locked. I was desperate to come up with a logical explanation, so I thought, maybe there's a draft and that's pushed the door open. That couldn't have been the reason for 2 factors. Firstly, the door is heavy, probably weighs more than me. For a draft to be strong enough to open that door to the width that it did, I would have had to have felt or heard it. Secondly, I did notice a draft, but it was going towards the door, not against it. The door is a pole door, and from the side that the draft was heading, so it actually would have made the door harder to open. And definitely couldn't have pushed it, as, like I say, the door was a pull from that side. I've shown some of my colleagues the door in question, and they all agree that it doesn't make sense at all. In fact, some say that they've had their own experiences in that room. One manager even says they have staff who refuse to work on my side of the building at night, as they've had things happen and it creeps them out too much. Unfortunately, the room doesn't have CCTV, or I assure you, I would have asked to view the time I was there. I really can't come up with an explanation. Has anyone got any ideas?
So this happened maybe 2 years ago. But one time, my older sister and I were sharing a room while living with some family members. One night, I was trying to sleep while my sister was on her phone. As I was trying to sleep, I kept hearing seagulls, and I kept thinking, oh my God, why won't she change the TikTok? Finally, I was upset to the point that I sat up, told her to turn it down. She looks at me with wide eyes and says, I thought that was you. My eyes go wide, and I thought, what the fuck? Well, Sis texted one of our guardians because their room was across from ours. Then my sister and I walked into the hallway to talk to said guardian. I was ahead of Sis and realized, wait, that's coming from the end of the hall, in the bathroom. I told Sis, then started to walk that way. When I got close to the bathroom, I felt this surge of panic, so I quickly turned around, bumped into my sis, and we both ran back to our room. Well, one of our guardians came and checked on what we were doing because we were loud. Then we told them what happened, and one of our brothers came down to see what the seagull noise was. Turns out it was a toy my littlest brother had, but the only way to turn it on was to push a button. We were too scared to go in there, to turn it off. Well, thankfully, one of the grown-ups did. But then later in the night, it went off again. Then the next day, when my sis and brother were home alone, it went off again. Finally, my brother put it outside in the snow. This was only one of many paranormal experiences I've had. I was 11 years old, angry to be staying with my dad and his new girlfriend instead of my mom. I'd already been there for almost 2 days and still had 3 more to go. I don't think my dad or his girlfriend did anything particularly wrong. The house was just boring, and I wasn't interested in socializing with them. They were all lovey-dovey to the max. I just felt like I was in the way. I spent most of the time sitting in my room, staring at the wall, since I didn't have a TV in there, and I didn't want to bother sitting with them, watching MASH or something else I couldn't stand. One evening, while sitting in my room, I see someone walk by my window. They looked to be about my age, a girl. Holy crap, I could have a friend. Immediately, I dove towards the window, and I opened it wide enough before sticking my head out. I wanted to see if the girl was still there. She should have been, but she wasn't. I walked into the living room and I asked my dad, who's the girl that's walking around outside? They both looked at me confused, and my dad asked, what girl? I explained what I saw. My dad sort of scoffed. Of course he didn't believe me. That's what I was thinking. But instead he sat there, almost deep in thought, as his girlfriend said that if there was a girl out there, we better check it out, because the brush was rough right there. She said it would just lead her to a bunch of blackberry bushes and stuff that she shouldn't be messing with. My dad hopped up to put his shoes on, and for the first time, I was kind of excited to do whatever he was doing, so I followed him outside. I pointed out where I'd seen her start from and the direction she walked. Sure enough, as we walked the path, it was essentially a dead end. You could only get to the backyard by using the path on the other side of the house. My dad sort of threw his hands up, and I was like, I don't know, Dad. Maybe she walked back this way, and I didn't see it because I was talking to you. He stood there a minute, and he asked me, what did this girl look like? About your age? I told him, yeah, about my age. Brownish hair, some sort of jean coat, shirt thing. I couldn't see anything below her shoulders. She was too short, or so was I. He didn't really react to what I said, but I could tell that for whatever reason, he was really thinking about it. Then he finally speaks up, telling me that's strange, referring to what I had seen. So I just repeated that she probably turned around and left. But he told me that's not why it was strange. It was strange because they know the neighbors. They aren't incredibly close by, and no one has kids. He tells me,
He's pretty sure he's seen the same little girl, right when he and his girlfriend first moved into the place. It's what sort of drew him to determine if the neighbors had any kids, especially any my age. I asked where he'd seen her, and he said it was right outside my window. She was walking in the same direction, and just like this time, he wasn't able to find anyone. That is weird, I remember thinking. Then I asked him, so what is she, like a ghost or what? He sort of laughed, but I saw him entertain the idea. He for sure didn't dismiss it. We walked back inside, and he and I never spoke about it again. But I wasn't so eager to go home anymore. For the rest of that week, I had a new mission: see this ghost girl again. I practically sat at the window. When I wasn't there, I was sitting outside doing nothing but guarding that same area outside my window. I even asked my dad if he had a camera. We didn't have camera phones back then. But he said that he didn't know, that he didn't think he had one. But I found a disposable one in one of the drawers in the garage. I figured it still had 6 photos left, so I would use those to capture a picture of the girl, and then I would just take the camera home with me. However, my efforts proved fruitless. 3 days came and went, and I never saw the girl again. I went back to that house maybe 2 or 3 other times. Still, never saw her. My dad never mentioned her again either. I've just been forever curious who she was.
For my entire life, I've always been very sensitive to the paranormal. It seems actually quite normal to me. And there are very few things that I will claim do not exist in reality with any certainty. Much of that has to do with my experiences as a child. When I was still in my crib, I must have been no older than 18 months. My mother told me that she would watch me through the crack of the door because I was always talking to someone. It was always something that happened in the morning before she'd go scoop me up from my crib and begin our day. Every day, I was having a nonsense baby conversation with someone in the corner of the room. When she went in, she felt like there was something in the room, besides her and myself. She said that this presence or entity was not bad, that it couldn't be bad, because she got a feeling that the presence was there for me in a loving way. She felt safe because I was being watched over by a good energy. Sometimes she would feed me in a high chair in the living room, and according to her, I would turn towards the room suddenly as if someone called my name. She felt that presence from the other room. This is something that she's told me about throughout my life, but I never shared with her my own experiences before or after learning about these things. I have memories of being in my crib, which in itself is pretty strange. Most people don't start remembering things until around 3, and before that is sort of a fog of forgetfulness for most of us. But my nightly experiences in this crib are clear to me. So clear that it's as if they happened yesterday, and I'm 40. I would see fractals, rotating light. I could see images of people sort of arching over me in the darkness, being lit up on its own, as if being played on a long, curved movie screen. I could see, how do I explain this? What I perceive only now to be stars, like a moving universe of pinpoint lights that slowly moved around me. When I was a baby, and I really was literally a baby, this entertained me to no end, and I could watch it in awe until I fell asleep. Sometimes, something would wake me up in the night, something in the darkness. It would touch or tickle my feet. I remember looking at my feet, wondering without fear what or who this is. Every time this happened, I saw a hand or an arm, pale, whitish, reaching out to my feet, the way anyone would to try to play around with something cute, like a kitten or a puppy or a baby. My crib was lit very dimly by some light, but the rest of my room was pitch black, except for the rectangular outline of the closed door. The light I could see from the hallway of our apartment. I would look for the person attached to this arm, but the rest of the arm went into the darkness, and all I could see was the arm. I would often think, I'm tired, stop that, in whatever way a baby thinks of that, without words. And the hand would retract into the darkness. I never felt afraid. Maybe that's because this being was indeed good, like my mother said. Or maybe it was at a point where I hadn't learned what fear was yet. I had no reason to be afraid. The world was yet filled with loving beings in the day and the night, in the real world, and the ethereal. My mother recently told me that she never told my father about these experiences. I certainly never got to tell him anything of what I experienced. Before they divorced, she went to tell him about a strange thing that used to happen with her and me in our old apartment. Oh, the thing that was in his room? Yeah, there was something in there. I felt it too, he admitted. I hope this story brings you as many chills as it did me as I remembered it, typing it out. Sometime when I was in my early 20s, between the years 2009 and 2010 to be exact, I took a vacation from my home in the south of Japan to a sleepy little seaside town called Shimabara. Needless to say, Shimabara is a town that is friendly, but the air is quite heavy, even without knowing the magnitude of history beforehand. It's also very, very, very old. For this instance, I will tell you, it was summer, and we were on our way walking to a site that my mother was excited to see. The Nihonzo statue. It's a Buddha in a reclining position. It's not the biggest, but my mother, being a Buddhist, on top of a lover of history, had been looking forward to it this entire weekend that we were staying there. Admittedly, for the same reasons I was too. The phone GPS I was using to get us there took us through an open strip mall, littered with freshwater springs that had cups for guests to take drinks, which was a reprieve, considering the humid weather. And into the temple, surrounded by a graveyard, is where we went. Now, it's not unusual for temples and graveyards to coexist, especially in the countryside. They're not common, but not unusual. It is unusual, however, to build a statue of worship or enlightenment in the middle of a graveyard. That alone began to set a very uneasy feeling in me, but not enough that I was very alarmed. The Nihonzo itself was at the top of a hill, which surprisingly was also the center of the graveyard. The entire slope up to it was surrounded by family plots, with the newest and biggest at the bottom, and getting older toward the top. Some of the graves at the top were so old that they'd lost whatever shape they were supposed to have, looking like rounded, rotted teeth, with their carvings either taken over by moss or washed away completely into unintelligible messes. Now, call me morbid, but I found far more interest in the graves than the Nihonzo by this point. Leaving my parents to take pictures and admire the bronze work, I wandered off to the steps just below to see the graves. If I looked over the crest of the hill, I could see the city stretching out and slivers of the ocean in the horizon. I didn't know why, but there was something beautiful but foreboding about watching the sea. I decided to look instead at the graves and try to see if there was anything at all that I could read. As I'm studying the barest scratches that pass themselves as family names, I notice movement to the right side of me, on the side that is open towards the sea and coming down from the Nihonzo. I turn my head just enough to make out what it is and quickly keep my head bowed with reverence. There's a monk leading a procession of what looked to be 3 mourners. The one at the front carrying the urn of ashes. The mourners are all dressed in black, heads hung low, and I have enough respect in me to move a little more to the opposite side and keep my head bowed to show respect for them. I failed to notice there was no chanting. There was no sound at all, no footsteps against the very much stone pathway. The monk's sandals, by all reason, should make noise. Geta are not stealthy by any means, but, by my reasoning, mourners and a monk aren't unheard of in a graveyard, and when enough space between them and myself to be deemed respectable has passed, I move back to what I was doing. I find my gaze wandering down the rows of graves I'm in. Every plot is old. Some are even older, less identifiable than the one I'm examining. I look back and darkness catches my eye behind the grave. Almost thinking I was blocking a mourner somehow, I raise just my eyes and see, well, it. What gender it was, I can't tell you. I can't tell you it was human, though its body faded somewhere around the thighs, so there was no feet. Its hair was long, past the shoulders, and stringy, very black. Its clothes, though, honestly, it didn't even have the folds of clothes so much as appear that everything from its neck down was simply a black shadow in its former human shape. The nose was bulbous, with the ridge having a small bump, but mostly, I remember the eyes. They were wide with rage and hate. Its head hung low, as if being forced to bow to someone it loathed. And I could see the whites all around, such dark, hateful eyes. I glanced down the rows of old graves and saw every one of them had the same shadow. It watched me as I sidestepped out of the row and into the main path, where my mother found me. She was already looking at me strangely, asking me why I looked so pale. She likely thought it was one of my many health issues. I, instead of answering, asked her about the funeral procession that passed me by. Her answer still gives me chills. What funeral? There's been no one here, not even the priest. I immediately told her about what I saw, and she responded by telling me that we were leaving right then, and that until we got out of the temple grounds, I wasn't allowed to speak to anyone. I obeyed. Now, here's the historical fun part. If you're old enough to remember the 90s, then Shimabara might ring a bell. It's the location of Mount Unzen, a very much still active volcano that erupted back then. It isn't the first time the town had been blasted by the pyroclastic flow of the volcano either. It's erupted at least 3 times since towns were built around it, with the worst of it during the Edo period, where the eruption not only destroyed the towns, but caused a mega tsunami that swept many out into the Ariake Sea, where bodies would wash ashore as far as Kumamoto. Summer is regarded as a time where the veil between spirit and physical begins to wane, with the thinnest being in August. For my town, other places might celebrate on a different day or different month when the festival Obon, or Day of the Dead, takes place. It's popular to tell ghost stories during the summer, as it's believed the chill you can get will help you with the heat, but too many and you'll summon a ghost. This happened to me a few years ago. I couldn't tell you why I suddenly had the urge to write it down, but here it goes. A few years ago, I was living in an older house in a small university town in northern Idaho. I'd been living in that house with 3 other roommates for a few years at that point. My roommates had come and gone. My mental health was an ebb and flow, just like any other person. At this point, my sister was living with me and had experienced her own paranormal things that I was indirectly connected to. But for the purpose of this post, I want to just focus on one particular experience that I had with a little girl. This particular night, I had done my nightly routine, washed my face, brushed my teeth, scrolled through Instagram, the works. It was just like any other night. Eventually, I tucked my phone out of reach and I fell asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night, not completely unusual. I usually wake up once or twice during the night. It's pretty rare for me to sleep through the whole night. Usually I just turn over and go back to sleep, like usual. But this night wasn't usual by any stretch of the imagination. There's one window in my bedroom which faces the neighbor's porch light. They very rarely turn it off, though there's always a certain amount of light coming through my window into my room. But when I woke up, everything was dark. I didn't immediately think anything of it. I mean, at some point, the porch light would have to burn out and be replaced. Honestly, it didn't even cross my mind. Something was up, though. My anxiety, something I medicated for, immediately spiked. My heart began to race, and any ounce of tiredness I had in my eyes was gone as I stared, wide-eyed, at a little girl across from me, crouched by my bookshelf, only about 2 feet tall, maybe less, was a gray little girl. She looked emaciated. Her hair was almost sticky looking and matted. She was wearing a night dress, think Little House on the Prairie, and it was shredded at the bottom and dirty. She was crouched, almost like a frog, and it was like she was soaking up whatever light was coming from the window, making the room completely dark, except for a gray light emanating from her. If that was all it had been, I think I would have just rolled over and gone back to sleep. I had done something similar to a shadow figure over my bed previously, but it was her face. Her face told me that she wasn't some innocuous child, spirit, ghost, whatever. She was something awful and something I needed to fear. Her eyes were very large, and she had no eyebrows. Her matted bangs covered most of her forehead, so I could focus on her white irises and goat-like pupils. If that wasn't enough, she was smiling at me. But it wasn't a sweet smile. It was a menacing, evil grin. It stretched from ear to ear and bored into my soul. Once I realized what was going on, that there was an evil-looking child in my room, I went into fight or flight. All I could get myself to do was hide underneath the covers. I didn't scream, jump out of bed and run. Nothing. I was so scared, I couldn't move. Eventually, I knocked myself out of whatever terrified trance I was in. I had regulated my breathing, and my heart rate went back down to normal. I peeked out from under the covers, and I saw that there was nothing there. I was so relieved and figured that somehow a bad dream had kind of leaked into real life for a moment. I got up from my bed, wary but confident that it was an absolutely terrifying dream. I decided, if it was a dream, I would go downstairs to grab a glass of water. When I have bad dreams and I don't move around, I can get sucked back into that dream, and from my reaction to this one, I absolutely wanted to not get sucked back in. So, I got my glass of water, climbed back up the stairs, and walked down the hall to my bedroom. I put the half-full glass of water on my windowsill. I didn't have anything else to put it on around my bed. The entire house was silent, and I managed to fall asleep again. I don't know how much later, but I woke up again. The room was again so dark. I immediately knew something was wrong, again. I searched for the little girl across the room by my bookshelf, and she wasn't there. I was relieved, but I knew that something was off. Slowly, I realized that there was light coming from the side of my bed, and it was that gray light. I turned my gaze downward to the edge of my bed, and there were those eyes, the white goat eyes, and the sticky, matted hair. Then there was that smile. I could feel the weight of that glass of water on my bladder at that moment, the menacing, evil smile stretching ear to ear. I couldn't see the rest of her body. She was so close to me. All I could see was her eyes, looking up at me, and the enjoyment that she was receiving from scaring the ever-living shit out of me. This time, I screamed. I yelled my sister's name and threw the covers back over my head and cried. This wasn't right. I had done everything right. I went and got a glass of water. I shouldn't still be in this awful dream. I don't know how long I stayed under the covers. I must have eventually fallen asleep, because the next morning, I woke up to the morning sunlight streaming through my windows and birds chirping outside. It took a minute to remember what had occurred the night before. I immediately went to tell my sister what happened and that I was very annoyed she didn't come to my rescue. After I told my sister, I came back into my room and I noticed that the glass of water had fallen onto the carpeted floor. So I did get a glass of water. I wasn't just dreaming. I must have knocked it over when I reacted fearfully to the second approach from the girl. Anyways, that's what happened. I'm wondering if anyone else has had an experience with something similar, a ghost girl. My cousin suggested it was a demon in the form of a girl, feeding off of my fear. I'm not sure about that, but I am sure of one thing. I never want to see her again. These incidents occurred when my boyfriend and I lived in Dixon, California, a few years ago. The house wasn't very old, but given that the town is home to the oldest running fair on the West Coast, we weren't in the newest part of town either. As far as I know, no one died in this house either. Our first week in the house, I was using the bathroom while my boyfriend and our roommate were in the garage. It was about 3 or 4 p.m. I got a weird feeling, so I tried to hurry the fuck up. I just felt panicked, but assumed it was a panic attack, which I had a diagnosis for. I went out the bathroom and turned left to go to the garage. I almost ran smack into a shadowy figure of a woman about my height. Honestly, all I remember was hair and shadow, because before it even registered in my conscious brain, my flight instinct had me running the opposite way and out the front door. I told the guys what happened. They kinda nodded, cracked a few jokes, and then we all continued what we were doing. Fast forward a few months later, I'm home alone, just finished cleaning my room, and was waiting for my boyfriend to come home with dinner. My dogs were both in the room with me, and I had closed the door but left it slightly opened. I heard faint footsteps come from down the hall, and got the sense that we weren't alone. My dogs also looked at the door. It slowly opened, just a bit more, when the footsteps stopped. It felt more curious than anything. So I stated firmly that this was my room, and if you have kind intentions, then you're more than welcome to hang out with us. But good vibes only. I then patted the end of my bed and went back to my phone. After a minute or so, I felt something sit on my bed. I looked up, smiled, and said good vibes to you as well. It felt very peaceful. I went back to my phone. 10 minutes later, the weight on my bed lifted, and I could feel footsteps across the floor, towards the door. My dogs picked up and ran out the door. I didn't feel weird, so I just said out loud, "Thank you for hanging out and not making it weird." And I went back to my phone. About 5 minutes after that, I hear my front door open, and I hear my boyfriend come inside. He didn't say hello or acknowledge me, which was kind of weird. I walked out, excited to tell him about my ghost experience. As soon as I finished my story, he looked at me funny and goes, "So, that wasn't you in the front window when I got here?" I looked at him funny and told him I'd been in my room the whole time. He told me that he parked and was sending a text to his dad when he looked over and saw what he assumed to be me, since it was definitely a woman, looking through a slightly pulled back curtain. As soon as he looked, the figure let the curtain drop. He thought I was watching him for whatever reason. When he came inside, he fully expected me to be on the couch. But when he saw that I was in my room, he got kind of pissy about it. We both agree that it had to be the ghost. I was the only woman living in the house at the time. Another weird thing about the house was that during the day, while my boyfriend and roommates were at work, I would randomly hear someone washing dishes. Sometimes I would sigh relief and think that my slobbish roommate was finally doing the dishes that he'd let pile up in the sink. When I would later go out and expect to see a clean sink in the kitchen, I would be very confused to see that the dishes had not been touched. Not one. Yet here I had heard clear as day someone doing the dishes in our kitchen. We never had any negative encounters except maybe the semi-scary first time I saw her. I like to think that she was the best roommate we ever had. I definitely felt nothing but peace whenever I would feel a presence in the house after our good vibes conversation. When I came to the States about 15 years ago, one of my first jobs was working at a public pool. I would always work alone as my shift was the overnight or after-hours shift. I was responsible for cleaning the building's major touch points and for cleaning the pool itself. This experience happened just past 11 p.m., so the pool and the building, they'd been closed for over 2 hours. I moved on from cleaning the floors in the pool area to the floors within the locker rooms. While in the female locker room, I hear the very distinct sound of children's laughter, followed by a large splash. Panic fills my body as I go into worst-case scenario mode. There were still children within the building, and now they were inside the pool. I drop the mop and make my way across the wet floor as quickly as I can. I rush through the doors and I see that the pool is calm. Even more, it's still covered. The area is silent for a moment. I walk over to the pool cover to take a peek underneath, make sure no one is trapped or hiding. And as I do this, I hear the sound of little wet feet running around the pool area. I sit up, and then I stand. Then do a 360-degree look around, only to see nothing. No one. I stood there quiet, almost in disbelief of what was happening. I turn back to the locker rooms, slowly walk in and listen. Again, I hear laughter. Children's laughter. It's fading in and out just before it gets quiet entirely. I continued with my shift and then I got out of there. This was the first time I had that experience, but it continued for the whole year that I worked there. It was always the same. Laughing, splashing, running. I had decided that all those noises and commotion were coming from the pool area itself, as I had no other incidents in any other area. Since I was on the late shift, I never saw any other employees, and Unfortunately, I didn't get to ask many questions. I looked into the place after I decided I was going to share this story. But even to this day, I don't see any negative history. I don't show anything that points to ghosts. So, was this pool experiencing some sort of time loop? Whatever that means. Or is it even possible that these voices were that of children ghosts? I think about this experience often, and 15 years later, I'm really still not sure what to make of it. Normally, people talk about Skinwalker Ranch like madmen, so I never really believed them until this experience a few years back. My family owns land close to/on the ranch, and one day, me and my cousins decided to explore a bit, but quickly ran back. We thought we'd saw a coyote, and that it had started to chase us. Holy shit, we ran, fearing for our lives, not looking behind us. As we were getting ready to sleep, our parents asked us why we upset the Indians. They told us that there was a man not far behind us as we were running. I went outside and saw that where we ran, there were several footsteps that stayed on the same path, same track, same distance. But the pattern was different. It changed. There was one set that changed from paws to duck feet, then human. Then it looked like frog feet, but bigger. And it looked like it was on all fours, and then human feet again. We stayed there 2 more nights, and by mine and 2 of our cousins' rooms, the thing came back. At least that's what I told myself. Everyone thought that it was something different. Late into the night, I heard scratching outside my room. I was the only one awake, so I looked out the window to meet a pair of pure baby blue eyes. I woke up my cousins and told them, and we decided, since there was no way I was going to sleep, we would just play video games until dawn. In the morning, I packed my stuff and sat in the car. As we were driving off, we saw some big, at least 2-foot scratches by my window. Never going back there. Never explore the ranch. Never. My father told me a pretty crazy story last night when he was drinking. He rarely drinks, so when he does, it's a night of 1,000 high fives and 1,000 obscure Shakespearean quotes. This one, however, was maybe the first story to actually grab my attention, so I thought I'd share it with you. He starts by telling me that his first job while in high school was at a haunted video rental store in the small shit town he grew up in. I'm not personally saying his town was shit. I'm quoting my father when he says, "In the small shit town I grew up in." The shop he worked at wasn't a big, fancy blockbuster or Hollywood video either. Not at that time. No, it was called Woodland Video, and it was the only location to its name, located somewhere on some forgotten street in his small shit town. But it was the same one that he used to rent videos at with his dad, so he really loved the place. He kind of spoke with pride when he described the red carpet, worn thin from decades of customers walking in and out, years of indecisive pacing, blending the red fibers with the concrete below, until its compression left a nostalgic imprint in my father's mind. Each discoloration and stain boasting its longevity, its existence, not only in his, but also the memories of countless other customers, the ones who'd helped add to its abstract declaration of timelessness. Then, my dad sits up and gets real serious. He tells me that his first shift was to close the store with Wendy. She was the manager, and she was new at it too, only 2 weeks on the job. So, Wendy tells my dad that he'll be taking over the night shifts, Monday through Friday. That she would show him everything that he needed to know that night. And then he was on his own. Wendy appeared eager. Or in my father's words, as far as being scared, she was all but screaming out loud, nervously looking from one corner of the store to another, becoming easily distracted by something that my dad just couldn't see. Hours into the shift, my dad hears something in the back room. It sounds like someone's using the printing calculator. He'd been shown that in the back. It was identical to the one up front, except Wendy said that the one in the back didn't work anymore. My dad said Wendy sort of froze in place, standing in front of him, facing the back room. My dad turned around. There's nothing there, so he walked to the back room. No one. The printing calculator isn't plugged in, and it doesn't appear to have been used, which is exactly what Wendy told him would be the case, just as he started to walk back there. So what, is this place haunted or something? My dad said that he was sort of kidding, but also couldn't really understand what had happened. Wendy told him that she didn't know about that, but that something was off about this place. She told him, wait till you see what happens at 10 every night. And he did. As 10 o'clock rolled around, the sound of someone walking around in the back room. Quiet, but deliberate footsteps. The sound was coming from the back exit, through the room, and then, right next to where my dad was standing, passing him and continuing on to the front door. And then the footsteps trailed off. It was closing time, and Wendy wasn't giving my dad any more information on this clearly remarkable thing he'd just experienced. He explained that the store was owned by a Mr. Murray, and that Mr. Murray had lost his wife the same year he'd hired my dad. He and his wife had run Woodland Video together for 25 years. It was always Mr. Murray handling the front end and Mrs. Murray handling the books and inventory. After a while, they were both too old to work in the place, hiring people here and there. Wendy was just the newest employee since Mrs. Murray had died. As my dad said, Wendy couldn't handle it, meaning that Wendy was afraid of ghosts, and apparently my dad wasn't. He said, well, he swore on his life, actually, that he felt it was a human spirit in that store, and that the steps were that of a person. And this person had a nightly routine, seemed to love the store, and wasn't trying to scare anyone. He says he's almost certain it was Mrs. Murray, and that she was just looking after the place, waiting for Mr. Murray to join her, which my dad says was about 3 years later. By that time, he'd moved out of town, and Woodland Video would be replaced by a Blockbuster several years later.
When I was 8, I attended my younger brother's exorcism. He was 6, and there was a patch in our childhood where he was experiencing vivid night terrors. He would often explain these night terrors to me in whispers after waking up from them on the lower bunk and climbing up to mine. So often that my second grade teacher noticed how tired I was in class and kept me in one day from recess to ask about my recent exhaustion for academics. Believing I was telling a simple, annoying little brother story, I told her about my slumbers, constant interruptions, waking up in the middle of the night so my annoying little brother can tell me about his scary nightmares. She immediately started asking the uncomfortable, "This may be a CPS phone call," questions, which I replied, "What? No, nobody at our house is diddling us.
My brother's dreams were not even about him being hurt. They're about him hurting my mom and me. Every other night, he crawls into my bed and says, "I just had a dream I killed you and Mom again." Then, he'd tell me how he did it that time, apologize, and cry himself back to sleep. Just then, I remember getting that gut feeling that I said too much, because my teacher had a distinct look of concern that she couldn't hide. She then proceeded to get my brother's teacher involved, whose classroom was 2 doors down, which then led to my mom being called. That's when I was certain I had previously said too much. We usually take the bus home after school, but my mom was there at the end of the day to pick us up. Before we left, we had to sit in the office while she talked to the school counselor behind a closed door. The school didn't offer my mom any helpful advice on how to combat the situation, and when we got in the car, she questioned my brother more on his night terrors. He started out by telling her, "It's mostly with a knife or a hammer. I once used a drill." Now, I was either too desensitized from hearing these stories on repeat for months, or had no point of reference at that age to understand the level of worry these adults were seemingly having over these dreams. Because in that moment, I remember genuinely being surprised that my mom's face contorted the same way my teacher's did. When he continued, my brother described scenes where he's not alone while committing the acts, and someone is in the room with him, watching from the corner. My mom asks if it's his brother, me, watching from the corner. Immediately he says no, almost in a tone defensive of my character, and replies, "Dylan always dies first. Then I go to your room." I watch my brother's eyes well up with tears, and he starts to sob while asking my mom if she's mad. She tells him no, and then does the only thing a parent can do in that moment: consoles her crying child. In 1993, my mom was a single mother with 2 young children living in a small apartment. All of our family is from out of state. We moved to escape an abusive father that she didn't want us to know. With no outlet to turn to for answers, she sought help from our local church. We weren't members of the church, nor were we religious in any way, but somehow, a desperate plea from my mother that I overheard through thin walls one night, the pastor agreed to get her connected to an older couple that lived literally across the street from the church. He said they would help us. When the day arrived of our little church meet and greet, that I'd later find out to be my brother's exorcism, my mom made us dress nice, all while threatening us about being on our best behavior. We arrived and walked up the stairs of an old wooden house until we were greeted by 2 wrinkled smiles. We walked in, and I noticed the whole house was dark. Every light was off, and every shade drawn. The only illumination was coming from the brief instant of us opening the door to enter, and the soft glow from the sun behind the dark, closed curtains. The front door we entered from leads to their living room, and from there, we were sat on a long couch. My brother sat in between my mom and I, and the old couple sat on chairs opposite of us, but more huddled toward the middle to where my brother was. They ask us if we know any Christian songs that we can quietly sing together with our eyes closed. A hard couple seconds of silence pass before my mom saves us from looking like complete godless heathens, quickly suggesting he's got the whole world in his hands. My brother and I join in, and we quietly begin singing the only lyrics we know of the only religious song we know, while the old man reminds us to keep our eyes closed and to focus on the Holy Spirit when singing. The couple then begin to mumble and chant in tongues, while leaning in and placing their hands on my brother's shoulders. It feels like at least 10 minutes of this go by until the old man starts to shake my brother harder. The old woman pulls out of her tongue speaking for a moment to remind us to stay focused on the holy word before turning back and starting to shout indistinguishable words at my brother. The old man gets up, knocking the chair back that he was sitting on, and shouts, "I found you, demon. Leave this child," and begins to quote scripture while shaking my brother progressively harder. I only knew this by piecing together sounds of the old man's voice getting closer and my brother's body bouncing harder off the couch that we were sitting on. From start to end, this event lasted, at most, an hour. My mom thanked them, and my brother stopped talking about his night terrors after that meeting. Either one, because they cured him, or two, because he didn't want to go through that again. One thing that I never told my mom or my brother is that I snuck a peek near the end of the session. I couldn't resist not knowing what all the movement was. I slowly opened up my right eye in a squint, and I saw what I thought to be true. The old man was violently shaking my brother, but as I watched, I swear I saw something tugging back on his jacket, pulling him towards the couch. Later, I attributed what I saw to an overstimulation of my mind during an event like that, because it was honestly too much to process as real. It's also easier to believe in an imagination being maxed out, rather than the thought of something really pulling back on my brother that night. This story takes place when I was in 6th grade. I'm 21 now. I lived with my mom and my brother in a small but pretty house. When you enter the house, you have a small place to leave your shoes, then a big wooden door to slide, and enter the living room. On the left is a hallway. When you enter the hallway, on the right is the kitchen, and on the left, the bathroom. At the end of the hallway, there are 2 bedrooms. My mother's on the right, and mine, which I shared with my brother, also on the right. The living room floor and hallway floor are made from a different material. The living room floor is more squeaky. This is important for the story. It was early in the morning. My mom went to work and she drove my brother to school. I also had school, but mine started like 30 minutes later than my brother. So I stayed home and I watched cartoons. I was laying in bed with my doors open, the doors behind me. As I was watching TV, I heard Mom's bedroom door opening. It was very loud, like someone was in a hurry. Then footsteps in the hallway, going to the living room. I could hear when footsteps got to the living room, since the floor began to squeak. Then, the big wooden door sliding. And after that, nothing. Silence. I was terrified, in a fetal position on my bed, looking for my phone in the bed sheets. Once I found it, I texted my mom, "Someone is in the house." She responded, "Are you joking?" I said, "No, come home fast, I'm scared." She sent the neighbor to check on me. The main door and the big wooden doors were closed, but my mom's door was wide open. I still don't know what happened. If this was the only occurrence, I wouldn't even care, but something is definitely in that house. I have a few more stories, so if you're interested, I'll share them.